So we are very fortunate here to have very phenomenal guests, friends of Luminosity, some of the founders, and we're really excited for this panel. And I think as we talk about the future, future facing, I think emerging technology is a critical component of that. So like I said, I'm thrilled to have this panel here today. I'm just going to introduce our moderator, and he will then introduce our speakers. So our moderator for today's panel is Sami Meehan, Dr. Sami Meehan. Sami is one of the founding members of Luminosity Lab, and he actually has been in and out of lab. I know a lot of you are new, so maybe not have interacted with Sami, but has been on a lot of projects, the Guardian drone. There's a lot of projects that can be tied to Sami's name. But Sami Meehan is a professor, inventor, and AI expert whose career seamlessly bridges academia and industry. Currently an assistant professor at ASU, he is at the forefront of developing innovative AI-focused curricula while mentoring the next generation of engineers and researchers. And parallel as principal at Strata Innovations, Dr. Meehan spearheads breakthrough projects in robotics, machine learning, and emerging technologies, transforming early-stage ideas into impactful real-world solutions. Sami, thrilled to have you here. And
we just want to go down the line?
Yeah.
Hi.
You introduce yourselves. You can do a better job than me.
Perfect. My name is Drew Trochanowski, CEO of the Southwest Mission Acceleration Center, and former ASU employee that worked very closely with the marketing team.
Hi everyone, Mark Knopfel. I'm actually have the pleasure of founding Luminosity Lab back in 2016, so it's pretty amazing to be here and just see Jasmine and everyone else just like making this bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Right now I am spearheading a startup called Axio, which I'm going to demonstrate here in a little bit. So good to see you guys.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having our company here. I'm Tina Waddington. I'm the Chief Relations Officer for two companies, For Safety Inc. and Eisenhertz Defense Technologies, which we'll get into why they're two companies in a little bit. But we work really closely with Southwest Mac. We are working closer with Luminosity, and we look forward to growing those relationships. So thank you again.
Awesome. So I've got a small list of questions. We're just going to kind of kick off a conversation, and then I'm really hoping we'll have a chance to do some Q&A, because I'm sure you all have some really striking questions. But the first thing I want to ask everybody is, what are the most exciting emerging technologies that you see currently being formed, and what do you believe their shape will be in the next decade? And how are they going to impact your personal careers? I want to hear from all three of you. I'll start with Drew.
So I didn't explain it, but we are a defense organization that rolls up to something called the Defense Innovation Unit. And so our job is to scout new and emerging technology and figure out how to get it into the Department of Defense as quickly as possible. And so we see a plethora of technologies. I mean, one of the really unique things that's happening right now is in the Department of Defense, there are 14 critical technology areas, and 11 of those critical technology areas are led by the commercial industry. And so the Department of Defense is in a weird position where they are trying to figure out how to buy and or absorb technologies that have been, commercially developed. Think about who's leading on the governmental side. Is it SpaceX or is it NASA? On AI, is it OpenAI and a litany of LLMs, or is it the government leading those things? And so that is what's happening right now. I think some of the most unique things that we're seeing are probably in drones, right? So we're in this crazy precipice right now where it's like the switch from propeller-driven aircraft to jet propulsion. The same kind of thing is happening where you're going to leave, human and biologically driven vehicles to go to autonomous systems. And so the human-machine interface that's happening with that is pretty profound. It's happening where they've got, entire automated wingmen that are flying with F-35s right now that will soon kind of take over things like that. And then a lot of space-based telecommunications things. We're envisioning a world with the Department of Defense in the not too distant future where the way that we perceive conflict is going to change pretty dramatically. And so it creates a lot of challenges where none of the infrastructure that we're all used to is going to exist. So how do you prepare for things like that? So the one most interesting thing that I saw probably in the last couple of months, which is an odd thing to say, but somebody attached a mechanical pitching arm effectively to a satellite. And think of it like it's a thing where you put a couple of tungsten balls inside the satellite, and this pitching machine can basically throw these things down from space, so it has no heat signature, mechanical like bloom or anything like that. And if you calculate the joules, it's roughly a 500-pound bomb that can be thrown that no one can track, no one can find these things. And it was something that the United States had made. So it's just like a fascinating thing that a company had come up with and attached that wasn't part of the mission. So like we see things all the time that are just kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, my probably obvious answer is generative AI, just because that's so much of my focus today. But I think what I'll say on this topic is, I mean, as you guys know, Luminosity was founded to pursue like emerging technologies. And to your point on drones, you know, it's so interesting. Back in 2016, the Guardian Drones project, it feels so kind of like simple today, but like back then there was not like many autonomous drones out there. And to be able to kind of spearhead that work early, and then to see how like prevalent it is in society today, it's so interesting. And then even on generative AI, I mean, one of the worst activities we ever did as a lab, you probably remember this well. President Crow asked us to write like these like 12 case studies. It was like hundreds of hours of work, and like none of our students liked writing. They wanted to like build things. But he made us like review all the case study, like all the research that led to these technologies that we know today, GPS, the internet. And I remember during that process, there was a student named Ryan Tyson, who you remember well, and he came to me, and this was 2017, maybe 16. And he said, Mark, I think, because we had just gone through this exercise of trying to figure out like which papers would eventually evolve to change the world. And he came to me and he said, I think this paper is going to change the world. And it was a paper on generative adversarial networks. And it was the first time in like that machine learning space that someone had done something kind of like novel to like advance it. And it was really the earliest like generative model in some ways. And he wasn't wrong. I mean, from that point on, you kind of just saw the rise of generative AI. So I think I say all that to say, on this topic, it's exciting because I don't know what's emerging now. You know, I know what has emerged, but I would challenge you as students and in Luminosity Lab especially, it's like, well, what's next? You know, what is the autonomous drones of 2016? Like, I think generative AI is a great enabler. I think the most exciting thing about generative AI is that it opens up the opportunity to do things today that literally couldn't have been done 2 years ago. And that might be in drones. It might be in all these other industries and categories. But I think seeking out like what emerged technologies from recent years can then lead to the emerging technologies tomorrow is exciting to me. So.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of Drew's work, because our company works in technology safety and UAS in a lot of ways, what I've seen is really this opportunity for AI, UAS to be applied into commercial, both on the defense side and then from defense to commercial. In ways that we haven't thought about before. Like if you think about public safety, search and rescue, fire hazards, the way it gives us the opportunity to challenge the way that we think about conventional living. And I think that's where the biggest opportunity is when it comes to some of the emerging technologies, is how will that make us safer, and what's the opportunity there to catch things before they happen and really be able to not have disasters that seem really simple to us. So I think in a few years, hopefully, our public officials, municipalities, governments will really think about how do we integrate some of these technologies into our societies to make us safer and smoother as we develop smart cities too.
Generally, I think that's the biggest challenge that we have is we have technology moving at a pace, and you have, you know, kind of conventional government, how things have worked for a long time, whether it's at a municipality, state level, or federal level. It's a scary world out there trying to figure out how to integrate these systems in, and so the adoption rate is really slow. So that's why you see, again, the commercial enterprise pushing significantly faster than what the enterprise can do. Just generally, you think about how important some of these tools will be in terms of some of the world that we do. Like, how do you take all this data and aggregate it and instantaneously come with an answer? That'd be really helpful on the government side, or really helpful on, you know, like Department of Emergency Management things, or. And like that's the hard part too, is getting adoption. Not that it's not there.
I think that's right. And I actually want to piggyback off that comment and, you know, mark this a little more focus for you, given your footprint in the education space, but for everybody, you're right that it is very hard to enter the workforce day one and start actually contributing, especially when we're talking cutting edge. But how can universities and just any educational institutions help better prepare students for careers in the emerging technology space?
I mean, I guess I'll answer that one. I mean, a lot of the times at universities, this is nothing really against the faculty. Like, I'm a faculty myself, but like, they're not the ones that are always keeping up with the latest greatest that's happening in industry. And a lot of students are going to college today to go into industry itself. And so unless you're a student that really like has that agency to go learn on your own, and you obviously do that in the PhD level, but at the undergraduate masters, it's probably not as encouraged as much as it should be to help prepare you. And then I would say the second biggest thing, and I've always like advocated this in Luminosity itself, is I just feel like our education system is such like, we're all about the playbook. You know, like you do these assignments in your class and they're like, here you go, here's the handout. And as long as you read the instructions and do every step, like you'll get the result and great, you get the like A or whatever it is. And that's not how the real world is at all, especially if you're going and leading a company or doing something new or really anywhere in industry. There's not going to be a playbook. You actually have to, your whole job is dealing with ambiguity, right? And I think at Luminosity, like the mission state, like it's always just been, all right, let's go innovate something in energy or educate. We just left it open-ended. And I remember whenever we'd like launch a project, you know, early on, students would be even saying that, Sam, we didn't do this, but you'd look at it and be like, all right, like, where's the playbook? I'm like, there is no playbook. Go figure it out. And we don't leave an opportunity in the classroom and as part of the education system to really do that. I mean, I think you get that with all these organizations and otherwise, but I think at the core design of a university, that's really what it needs to do. And it can't just be at the PhD level. It needs to be from freshman year on.
To add to that, having a chance to work with Mark, I mean, the way that the Luminosity Lab works, right? Students are doing what you do regularly, and you choose to be part of an organization that is going above and beyond and taking opportunities to get experiential learning. And that's, to me, on the outside, when we're looking at stuff that's trying to come out of universities, I think one of the hardest parts is, the IP transfer and doing those things. So generally for students, it's fantastic if you can do experiential learning. We run a series of programs where you can work directly with the Department of Defense on problem sets that they have. We've had companies that have come out of this program that have gone on to be multi-billion-dollar organizations, Capella Space, things like that. Like, these are large outcomes that started with a student team who was willing to explore a problem and figure out, like, there isn't a playbook. To give a very finite example, on that Capella Space, they were given a question that was like, help NOAA figure out who is doing illegal fishing when there's intense fog. And so the students had come up with a LiDAR solution. It turned out that they were able to figure out like how they could launch this into CubeSats, and they were able to do telemetry data unlike anything else that had been done before in an open intelligence environment. So it became like an open source platform that was used by all the intelligence services. So like it would start off as a small problem, figure out who's illegally fishing when there's intense fog, and it became this huge multi-billion-dollar company. And it was, there was no path, there was no answer, there was none of those things, right? You just kind of get after the problem set, help figure out how to solve this. And like the stakes are low when you're still in an academic enterprise in terms of you don't have to be responsible for building this billion-dollar company. You may come up with something like that, but at least you're going to get reps and sets of trying to try new things and getting out into the workforce and knowing how you're going to be able to maneuver or how you can be of greatest value and or know whether or not you want X job.
And let me just add to that. One of the best environments you can be in is a university when you're still exploring and trying to learn. One of the best access cards to anything is to be able to say, oh, I'm a student. Oh, I'm a researcher. Oh, I'm just exploring. I'm an intern. Would you mind sitting down with me and explaining X, Y, Z to me? Oh, I'm trying to figure out how this technology works. Would you mind sharing with me? We at the universities, and I think ASU has been really good about this, have lowered the barrier to access, opened the doors to a lot of opportunities, a lot of resources that you can't always find in the private sector. And so I think while you're here in the university, I mean, I built my first 2 companies while I was still affiliated with the universities. IP tech transfer, that was a fun process, wouldn't recommend it. But being able to be surrounded in this environment, having access to people like Mark, like Drew, like Tina, as I was building my first company, made things so much easier because I could go and ask questions of people, under the guise of I'm learning or I'm a student or I'm trying to test out something new, build something, instead of Hi, my name is Sammy. I work for Raytheon. And I want to build a bomb using what you know. Not the same kind of sales pitch. So, Tina, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, when my colleague Cliff and I visited Luminosity recently, the way that we're building our Eisenhower's defense technologies company is more of an R&D company. Also, I'm sure Drew can speak to this. We ended up separating our company because we're going to build products for the defense sector. And working with Southwest Mac and learning the process and going through export compliance training, there are so many things that you need to build a defense product right off the bat. And so around the same time, the fires happen in California, and we're thinking about, what's, the base of our product, the foundation of our product is this, we called it a cruise missile at the time, which we won't call now. Again, wording matters. And, and it was to build mass scalable products that then return, that don't get destroyed when they're doing their mission. And so really the foundation, the base of the product doesn't change. So we pivoted as a company and said, this will be so much easier and faster to bring this to market as a commercial product, right? And then the foundation of it will stay the same. Then we will just have a different application when we're ready to go and apply for ITAR and go apply this to the defense sector. So these are all things that learning all of this stuff at a university is much better because the stakes are lower. And then just really visiting Luminosity and seeing how we can work with the lab. Technology stack and seeing the work that they did with drones 8 years ago was fascinating. And just as my colleagues and I thinking, there's so much R&D that we don't even have to do. the geniuses here have done that. So really, it's really taking what's there, and a lot of times it's the same technology, it's just different applications.
I think that's great. If anybody has questions about Guardian drones, find me afterwards. That was my first project. I think what's a really interesting thread we've hit on is, like, we've talked a lot about technology. Yes, GANs is cool, LLMs are cool, all of this AI, but the real important factor is not what is the technology, it's how you apply it. How do you use it effectively? Part of how Luminosity, the foundation of how this group was built was, we're going to go and find amazing, very interesting problems to solve using emerging technologies. And so my question to all of you is, how do you balance that need for innovation and drive versus finding the right technological fit and making sure your technology is being used responsibly and ethically?
I mean, I think we're like in a very sensitive area with Axio because we're in education with generative AI, and I think you guys probably all use ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever it is, and you've probably learned a lot by using that as like a co-pilot, whatever kind of modality. But I think for me, I've learned more. I've always had a love of learning, and like with generative AI, I've been able to learn faster, quicker. But it's interesting. Like at the same time, I can totally see it leading to complacency, right? And you have to ask these questions because I saw social media really kind of ruin. It's like when I was in high school, there was no social media, and then there was. And I think it's had a lot of negative effects that were like unintended relative to the exciting opportunity at the time. And having two little kids, I think my daughter was just screaming like, "Daddy, Daddy!" I don't know where she went. It's so sweet. I mean, I want them to grow up in a world, that kind of had, for me, that's like the ruler. Like, are we building a technology that my kids will benefit from and won't take away? And some of that's so hard when you're in an emerging technology space because like it's the unknown in a lot of ways. And so some part of the innovation is like the testing, the exploration, like trying to figure out, and that's not just technology, that's psychology, there's just so many different disciplines coming together. And I think that's why Luminosity is designed the way it is. It's not just engineers, it's not just design. It's a mix of everything so that you guys can go through that process of both like innovating and then from like a systems engineering perspective, it's like there's so much that goes into it, right? From regulations to policies to the ethics. And so I think that's the most important thing is like learning that skill set so that you can be part of the team to do that. And I think that's what we're trying to figure out now is like how do we properly test this to make sure it's a tool that's conducive to learning and not just shortcutting you in a way that you'll never actually learn the foundational knowledge.
That's great. And actually, Tina, if you don't mind me specifically asking you in that vein, like, and Drew too, because you both work in the defense space, you know, how do you balance the need for that rapid innovation versus ensuring, you know, safety and compliance for your defense applications?
I'll start from our point of view in many ways. Our founder is German. He exited 2 companies successfully. The last company he exited, he was able to automate the majority of front office operations for the largest companies in Europe. And he saw himself how quickly, in just 9 months from founding to exit, how many jobs it got rid of. And it really, the way he would explain it so much better if he was here, but he's doing the hard work in Germany right now. And he says he went down a rabbit hole where he started thinking about the implications of AI, implications of all of these technologies that lead us to complacency, and then the larger societal implications of what happens to tax revenue when people don't have the jobs, that pay into that tax revenue, what happens to infrastructure, what happens to public programs that rely on a lot of this stuff. And he didn't want to live in that kind of world. So for him, the North Star was, what if we found a company that really looks at challenges that all of this amazing technology had, the challenges and risks for society, and then we can find solutions to answer them. So really, our company was founded on that North Star, and I think it's, I'm a political science major. I am from University of Arizona, but I did my master's at ASU, super interdisciplinary, human rights, social justice with nonprofit management, took all my electives in social entrepreneurship. That's what ASU provides. I have no business working at a technology company or a defense company when it comes to the technical aspects of it. So I would, most of the jobs, unless you're an engineer, and I know that the display made me an engineer for a second, and I was really happy about that. That's the only time I'll be considered an engineer from Raytheon. But I would say 95% of these companies, like, the jobs are not technical. It's about being able to apply those skills, and really just for us, it's our North Star is really keeping society safe. So we come from that. But I will add, being a startup, and Drew knows this. You're both founders. It's a really tough dance because you're trying to raise capital to bring your products to the market, and you want to be able to keep control because you want to keep that North Star. And so a lot of times companies are really put in a tough position unless you go and fund yourself by seeking out loans from wonderful partners. The way that our investment culture is set up is hawkish, and you really give up so much of your company and so much of the mission that it defeats the purpose in any way, in most ways. And I'll say that to the biggest venture capital firms too. It's a really big challenge to keep the North Star.
Let me just quickly ask, who in here is not a STEM major? Raise of hands. Do you consider yourselves technical or non-technical? Wrong. You're technical. All of you. Anybody in here, you are technical in some capacity, shape, or form. Just because you can't wire up a breadboard or write code doesn't mean you're not technical. I want to share that here too. The experiences you learn, the process in building, being able to think through things innovatively to problem solve. At its core, I always say that engineering is what? It's problem solving. It's learning to look at a problem, break it down, and find a path to a solution. That's a technical process, and I think everybody in here should be proud to be able to say, no, that is something I know how to do and pride myself in doing. Just want to point that out. So,
our lens is a little bit different. So we're the beneficiary of all the good ideas. Like the mission that we have is to figure out how to get capability to the warfighter. And it comes in a lot of different forms. The perception would be it's much like Call of Duty. It's guns shooting things, bombs, Raytheon. Like, that's part of it. That's a very small part of it. we end up in a place where we're looking for companies that have dual use applications. So something that has a commercial viability and something that could have a defense application. As an example of something that's an oddity in that space, we are working with a company right now that creates an injectable biodegradable foam. And that foam is able to be put into the shape of whatever you want it to be. And so when it's out on the range and someone is going to fire ordnance at it or do something with it, when it's hit, it's able to degrade in less than a couple of weeks. There's a huge value proposition for the department as they're thinking through like EPA regulations and things like that. So like we find a litany of things that kind of get all the way up to that. And like once you get to that stage gate where this is something that the Department of Defense wants, compliance means something wildly different to us in terms of how you get through, federal acquisition regulations and how you go through all those things. Like companies have to go through a lot of that. So that's where we step in and help on that. So all of the good ideas come up and we're just kind of assessing and finding technology that may have an application. It may have an application today, it may have an application in 5 years. The answer is unknown, but for us, it's a value proposition for us to just understand what the state of the possible is and then figure out how it has a slot. And again, the dual use idea, when we work with teams, our preference is that the trunk of the tree of that business has a commercially viable path, and then we can build a branch and sequel into defense because the lead times take way too long. So like we think about it differently. But again, there's so many problem sets in defense. It's literally anything you can think of in the commercial marketplace is trying to find its way in defense. And so it's much broader than simply just applying a kinetic effect on the battlefield.
So Drew, to that point, given your background, your military service, your work in policy, what do you think is the next game-changing technology for national security? And you can't say satellites that pitch
throw tungsten softballs at 500-pound bombs that no one can track. Those are pretty wild. But no, that's not game-changing. To me, I would say probably like those cooperative aircraft, like those autonomous systems that are AI-enabled. Like the compute power is impressive. Quantum sensors, I'm not a technical person either. So, but I guess I am because I can problem solve. But like we're having active conversations with trying to get some of these quantum sensors out. I'm fascinated to see how this works. I want to understand the underlying technology, but we're having active conversations and bringing some firms out and putting them out in the field. And so that's what we do. We spend a lot of our time finding tech and then integrate it into experimentation. And so you can imagine the value proposition for like product development if you can get somebody out to kick the tires on it and play with it. And so it's a spectrum of things. But I'd go back to if generative AI is going to be exquisitely important, adoption is going to be slower, and that's going to be the harder part. So I think the thing you're going to see most right now, what's going to change a lot of things, I go back to autonomy. If anyone's watching what's happening in Ukraine, like it'll happen so fast once the first F-35 gets shot down with a person in it that we stop putting people inside of vehicles and stop doing things like that. Like the entire dynamic for the military defense apparatus is going to change overnight. And it was going to be slow until it's not slow. It's going to be real quick after that. And so a lot of these companies that are positioning themselves to be in that role, I mean, I think are just in a good spot. If you guys are familiar with Anduril's doing this at a spade right now. They've only been a defense company for 5 years. The guy who founded it created Oculus. Like, they decided they wanted to do this. There's this reindustrialization happening, and it started in defense. I don't know if a lot of people are seeing it, but there's like this intense patriotism that's happening where all of these people are coming back in. There's directed energy that's happening. So imagine like this thing that's just like firing beams at drones. You see like swarms of drones. Like there's fascinating pieces of technology that are out there right now. So
that's awesome. Actually, to your point, I'm going to interject my opinion here. You mentioned quantum technologies.
Yeah.
And I think, if you ask me what am I most excited about right now, it's the possibility of quantum computing, quantum technologies. Quantum computing's been around a while. A lot of us have heard that term, but I think it's very much about to hit that inflection point where machine learning was 10 or 12 years ago, where the hardware is starting to be commodified and built such that it can be used, it can be distributed. You don't need a high-tech, expensive lab to work with quantum computing. And I think once the hardware there is stabilized and it's a commodity and you're able to purchase it, then that's where the real innovation comes on the software side. And so I know Microsoft just released a landmark paper around, they're claiming they formed a new state of matter. I don't know how true that is, but this new device that they've built in the labs that's able to accelerate their usage of that. What I think is really cool in that space is we've seen some shortcuts coming from the world of machine learning. NVIDIA has jumped into the quantum compute space, and they've said, forget the hardware. We'll let you simulate quantum hardware using our GPUs. We'll build a software bridge right now, so we don't need to wait for that influx. And I think that paradigm shift in how these emerging technologies are being built and innovated on is going to only increase. So I'm really excited for what's the next QC, what's the next Gen AI, and what that paradigm shift is going to look like.
Just offer one thing on that, and what I had said before, the lens also that we're looking through for how technology is being created and adopted is so what I don't understand about quantum is the horsepower that's going to be required to power these quantum sensors. Where are you going to put that? So think about, sometime in the near distant future where you're in the Taiwan Straits, you're not able to put power generation out there. You're not able to put distributed things out. So how are you going to be able to push the connectivity that you need, power generation that you need, any of the parts that you need? So we're seeing companies that are building entire drone factories in a Connex that can be shipped and autonomously run from afar. It has its own power source. It has its own, that kind of stuff is happening. But the challenge in the future is going to be, where is the logistical tail for you to manage all those things? It's great here, and you can do it in a huge power set. What are you going to do in the middle of the ocean? How are you going to operate that?
Supply chain for the defense industry. There's a term for that, right? Being able to...
Contested logistics is what it's called.
There we go. It's a very interesting space.
On that, there's sometimes, and Drew, I don't know what your opinion is about this, but we're, as a young defense company, we're learning, there's challenges and then there's programs, and then you're awarded a program and then you build your technology around a program. For me, it's completely backwards. It should be the other way around, the technology. So I won't say the company, I visited a company recently, and they were 5 years in building this program, and it was really cool satellites. Again, the technology goes over my head. But in order to make this work, to get satellites to talk to each other, also, we take a lot of things for granted from Hollywood, from TV. A lot of things don't talk to each other. A lot of things are not simultaneous. One of our partner companies has a technology that has a 1.7 second latency, which is the least latency to see something across the world. And according to all the thrillers I watch, you can just see what's happening across the world. But in order to get these satellites to talk to each other, the power source for it was these massive containers. And so those containers would have to be shipped to theater and, set up there just to be able to spy on the enemy, which to me, if you're 5 years in, and then I think about, one of our partner companies that can do this right now, it's did we just waste $300 million to build something that's already out of fashion? So a lot of times, it's companies like that. But then on the opposite side, I was just at South by Southwest at a defense event, and there's a company out of Israel who has, set up shop here, and they could make the warfighter disappear, Harry Potter cloak style. And that's the coolest thing ever, because it's something simple. It's novel. It can help anywhere. And, that's a technology that really, to me, was just whoa, it opened up my eyes.
There's a guy in CC here who's done something very similar, just so you know. I'm blanking on his name, but he built an RF blanket that you put around you so you can effectively cloak yourself, and it has a image. Hey, he built a small piece, and I was like, can we pay you to build a larger one? Can you build one the size of a tank? Can you build one? He's like, yeah. So yeah, those kinds of things are fascinating.
Tina, I hope you're not talking about Amazon Kuiper. It's going to make me very sad if you are.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. It's Amazon Satellite Group. That's good. Okay.
No, it's not.
But are you saying that there's potentially a lot of misfires in terms of emerging technology being adopted by the government unequivocally? That happens relentlessly, because you have people who are purchasing who aren't the technologists. So you have people who don't understand how to define the requirements well for what the use case is. So
I'd say we've gone down this fun defense path, and I think that's because 3 of the 4 of us work in aerospace and defense. Mark, I want to throw the last question to you before we go to the Q&A, and I want to talk about your experiences in the education space. What have you seen have been the biggest barriers to actually implementing AI successfully? Has it been the technology side? Has it been policy? Has it been understanding? I'm curious.
I mean, mostly on. So right now, the model is we're trying to work with universities directly to basically like synergize what they do today with generative AI, which students are already using, right? And I guess my big concern is if you don't, students will start to devalue that higher ed experience, and that's starting to happen in some ways. When you have unlimited information that can be distributed to you, and so we could have gone two ways as a company. We could have just said, "Hey, we're going to build a degree in a box and like provide it low cost," but I think for us, you know, obviously I see so much value in the institution outside of just the classroom learning, right? And I think that's an experience everyone should go through. But then you kind of hit a wall because I can tell you when you're working with education, it's like people feel threatened by it. People know what they know. And so you kind of just have to go through like all these, I think, rules and regulations that are very valid and good, and then a lot that are just impediments because they worry about what it means for them and themselves, right? From the faculty level all the way to administrative level. And I always remind people, it's like we should ultimately design these institutions to be the best learning experience for the learner, for the student. And in a lot of cases, the faculty are the learners as well, right? But I think in recent years, and this isn't actually, I would take this out of ASU, but from my travels all over the world talking to universities, I think in recent years we've designed more for the faculty in higher ed than for the learner, especially at an undergraduate level. And I think that needs to change. So I know that's not answering your question, but my hope is that we can, like, that's what makes it worth it. Like, we're beating our head against a wall to try to get integrated into higher ed in the hopes to help it evolve quicker before people deem it irrelevant. And I don't think that'll happen.
Well, and I think in your case, you have such a unique story because you have experienced the educational system from every aspect. You've been a student, you've been a professor, you've been a regent and worked with administrators, you have been around the world. So you've seen not just the wins, but every single problem, every frustration. I'm sure I remember we've been up late writing grants and emails and convincing people to give us a chance. And I think you hit on a key thing there, which is the last 5 to 7 years, and I can say this as an educator, the tools, the technology, the learnings have been built for the faculty, for those who are teaching, not for those who are learning. And I think that needs to be a big shift. I think the big thing that you've taught me about AI and education is just the level of personalization you're able to build with these tools. And I've seen it firsthand with Axio, and you will all see it with the demo in a little bit. With that, I know we have a few minutes left. I kind of wanted to open this up to if any questions from the audience or from the live stream. Yes, please.
How do you guys navigate the moral ambiguity?
Yes.
Of emerging technology and defense, since many of you guys are in defense. A lot of us are engineers and we're going into those sectors.
I can repeat it. So thank you. The question was, how do we, all of us working in emerging technologies, help navigate the moral ambiguities of the uses of this technology? And you're asking specifically about the defense space. Who wants to take that question?
I mean, I'm trying to think of an eloquent answer, but as a person who spent a decade in the military and have done some of these things at a high level, you know, in administrations and things like that, like with National Security Council and how we apply effects for me, the moral ambiguity, it's not really something that is being considered in terms of, I'm not making decisions on the tail end for how those are going to be used. What I'm looking for is what is the most effective capability that is going to be a protective measure for those who are going to be using it, right? So if you're thinking about, ideally we get to a place where you have a standoff and you don't have to apply kinetic effects in any way, shape, or form. So you have this tyranny of technology moving forward and forward and forward, and it becomes a stalemate, ideally. I mean, that's why you have a nuclear arsenal buildup and things like that. Ideally, we're not applying those effects ever again, because you know what that is. Hopefully we have enough smart people that as we have these effects and there's just like this exponential race towards technology, they're not being applied, but at the same time it's drawing forward the entire, you know, populace towards a technological revolution and all these other things. You see how they're happening. But I mean, I don't know if that really answers the question. I'm not the one applying the effects in that sense, right? It's like, it's just simply a matter of what is going to be the thing that solves this problem. And it's not, can I build a better bomb that's going to kill more people effective? That's not what we're in the business of doing. It's more like, how are we finding something that is able to deter the usage of said bomb. How are we? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll add to that. But there's technology is good and all, but there's always people behind it. And in the sense that Luke Air Force Base had this big event, and they had a lieutenant general who was on behind the operation that took down General Soleimani, and he spoke about how Iran took out a $150 million drone, like 2018 or 2020. And how do you retaliate? Like, what do you do next? And for them to retaliate, then they would have had to get ready for a much, much larger retaliation on the enemy's part. And so those are the kind of things that our militaries think about. It's not just about doing the thing, it's what comes, the consequences of doing that, and that's not something we think about. We think, oh, they're just ready to go. Like, no, an F-35 has to go from Luke Air Force Base all the way to theater. So, you know, even our adversaries have that huge 8-hour advantage, right? It's not just the first attack or the retaliation. They have to be prepared for what comes after, and that's a huge, huge undertaking. So I think it's a lot harder to go to that end than we think. What would you say, Drew?
There's an old Sun Tzu quote, right, which is it's better to be a warrior in a garden than it is to be a gardener in a war. And so, I mean, you think about it in the context of what you don't want to have is someone who does mean you ill will and be able to outmatch you technological in superiority. So you need to be able to meet them so you can compel the deterrence that you're looking for, right? And so you have this push forward. I would argue you don't see a lot of the effects being applied that could be applied. It could be much worse, but you push forward this technological advantage simply so that you know that you're going to compel a stalemate in perpetuity.
But still with an end goal in mind, not just progress for progress's sake. It's all about that impact. Other questions?
Yeah, I've got one. So this is perhaps a broader question just around emerging technology as a whole, not necessarily defense focused. Historically here in the United States, when you think about advancement of technology, if you go back 50 years, let's say for example, the government really kind of spearheaded advanced technology, and then the public sector kind of followed and adopted at some point in time later. And I think we're at an axis shift right now where there's this convergence between private and public sector, where now I think public sector is kind of the front runner in leading advanced technology. You look at other countries like, let's say, China, for example, there's really no delineation between public and private in terms of technology and advanced technology and advancement. So what do you think here in the United States the future of collaboration looks like between public and private sector, government, non-government, and how we work together to advance the next generation of advanced technology?
I'll take it again. Apologies for talking a lot. So to that point, you have a reindustrialization that's happening right now, right? So like manufacturing is warfare, and that is something that people have lost. There was, regardless of what you think, there's an excellent speech yesterday. Andreessen Horowitz held the American Dynamism Summit. J.D. Vance did an exceptional job of explaining the challenges that happened with globalization over the last 50 years to this point, which is we think that if another World War II kicks off, that we are going to be able to just spin up manufacturing and we'll be able to deter. What people don't realize is that we lost most of the arsenal in Ukraine in the first 8 days. So if we go into a major conflict, like, we don't have the manufacturing horsepower that we used to have to be able to do that. We have to bring that back as quickly as possible so that if something does happen, we're able to produce our own goods, because it will be cut off, not just from the countries that do it, but shipping lanes, things like that. Like, it will go sideways really quick. So the question becomes, how do you encourage that manufacturing prowess to come back so that we're able to, like, you think about Kellogg's as a cereal company, they made tanks. You have all of these crazy companies in World War II that just decided to turn their manufacturing on a dime to support this effort, but that took 2 years. Like, that's, like, just go back to the World War II history. It's a crazy, like, time frame for what happened and how we actually were able to produce like that. That's what made us important and powerful in the world, is our manufacturing power. We still lead on the technological edge, but the manufacturing side is left, and we need to bring it back as quickly as we can. As far as how these things come together, I mean, you're seeing venture capitals investing, the market cap in defense tech right now is like $80 billion. Like, it is an enormous, like VCs were not investing in any way, shape, or form in 2018. It was like $1 billion maybe in dual-use defense tech companies. SpaceX is the first dual-use defense tech company that raised an enormous amount of money and opened the aperture up that this is something that can move in. So you're starting to see this, like, it's an ebb and flow. It's an elastic band, right? Like, we pushed away from it, we went to globalization, and now people are realizing we need to bring some of that manufacturing prowess back. And the thing that isn't appreciated is that you have to have innovators, not just on the commercial side, but you have to have innovators in government. And they need to be comfortable with being able to innovate. You think about the guys who had like this really famous history of like John Boyd or Kaiser, or these guys who were like these titans of industry, but were on the government side. That like some of these people produced 80 aircraft in the span of 5 years. That's mind-boggling. You think about, we have an F-35 that we started in 1995, and like that's a singular aircraft we have. Like that needs to come back to the government, where there's risk-taking inside of government, so that we can also ensure the adoption of generative AI. So we can ensure the adoption of all these technologies that are proliferated, but we need to figure out how to bring them back in, and it's happening.
Awesome, Drew. Mark, did you have anything you wanted to add from a university? Okay, great, that's good. Maybe, Jasmine, time for one last question?
Yeah, we have like 5-7 minutes. Sure.
Thank you very much.
It's one of my students. All right, let's go.
Hi, Dr. Sami. So my question is about, as a professional and someone who wants to enter the business space as a business leader, how do you balance rapid innovation, the need for focused application, and also ambiguity, which we're dealing with right now, and also do it in such a way that even if you do lose money, but you make good use of your time?
Let's go to the startup founder, Mark.
Build an exceptional team. And it doesn't have to be a big team. Like, that's the whole point, because like if you build too big of a team too early, you'll run out of your money real quick. And I think being a startup, you're really gonna have to like pivot and change, because usually as a startup, you're going after a new opportunity. In most cases, that didn't exist. You could not, but it's that initial team you have. Like, it will be make or break for everything. How much resources you spend, the pivots you make, how fast you move. And the ambiguity is, we essentially will do just like Luminosity does, like an agile approach, sprints. And you're constantly listening to your early customers. You're trying to find that product market fit or whatever it is. But you really can't afford to make a bad hire early on. I mean, I'll like kill the company. So I would say the executive, the founder's role is to really set that North Star, and then really surround yourself with people that like can help get you there. And it's not money. It's like everyone's like dream of a startup is to go raise money. I actually think it's like the worst thing to do. When you were talking, I was like, yeah, you need capital. Like the best way to get capital is like get people buying your product, add value. And sometimes it's hard to scale without that. But the more you build an exceptional team, the better you'll be at like finding North Star, innovating, finding the right, clients, and then kind of choosing your own, kind of path and controlling that, I think is really important. So.
Awesome.
And I've worked at international companies, nonprofit, government. I've done it all. But working at a startup it's like, I'm sure you've all had this experience. It's like a dual existence. So much of it is, fake it till you make it, right? So like for especially when you're in a leadership role, keeping the morale up, right? And being agile. But then, and living in the dream, right? For like 90% of the time. And then 10% of the time you have to deal with reality too. And when the lows are really low, it's the community, it's the partners. And so many of them are in, like for our company, are in the room here too. And relying on organizations like our partners at Southwest Mac and the people who really will be there with you. And I think a lot of the time is just having the right team around you and the right community partners. When the days things are just dragging out, and you think, okay, is this real? Are we doing the right thing? Because 1 month turns into 5 months, into 6 months, and this idea of looking for capital, we did the same thing. For our because the technology is so good and the ideas are so bold, and you think everybody will jump on it. But when you're not a established massive company, the reality just isn't like that. So I think it's, again, like I said at the beginning, it's just, it's hard. You know, you've got a product you want to bring to market. You're going to need really smart engineers and scientists, which, you know, we chose Tempe to be our headquarters because of ASU's talent. And in the meantime, what we've done is build a relationship. So when we are ready, we know exactly where to go. So I think you can always have control. You can always do things to prepare for when the moment comes. But yeah, it's kind of like a bipolar existence in the meantime.
Let me add to that, just having gone through the ringer a few times. I think Mark really touched on an important point, which is you can't make a mistake when you're building your team. And I don't want it to concern anybody that like you have to sink thousands and thousands of hours into vetting your co-founder or your first team. But you know, I like the adage, you know, slow to hire, quick to fire. You need to be flexible. You need to be willing to pivot. If you find that your idea isn't working or you don't have the product market fit you have, you need to be willing to drop it and change to what you think will work. A lot of people, especially engineers, get stuck with the sunken cost fallacy, which is, well, I've already invested 4 or 5 months into this. What could 1 more month, 2 more months hurt, right? And that gets you stuck down in a spiral. You will never dig your way out of that until you're able to pick your head up and say, no, we need to move in a totally different direction. You need to be okay with that. You need to be okay with failure, because failure in the startup world is a learning opportunity. It's not the end of your company. It's just another opportunity to learn and say, all right, we know this doesn't work. Let's move in a different direction. How many times have you guys pivoted in your projects or in your companies? Yeah.
That's what I was going to thump on. Everything that's said here is, to add to that, is what we see is the willingness to be able to pivot, right? Being able to ingest, you know, kind of that product market fit, that demand signal that you're getting, and understanding it. You know what the North Star is, but you may need to adjust trajectory, right? And being able and comfortable with willing to do that, even if it's a 90-degree pivot, it may require that. But like, some folks get wedded down a path, and they're path committed, and they're off the mark. And so it's that knowing that you have kind of navigational beacons, but you can adjust as you're moving to get there. Because if you want to run fast with scissors, you have to accept that you're going to deviate to some degree, but just knowing where you need to get is like more than half the battle.
Awesome. Maybe we have time for one more question, Jasmine?
So we talk about solving wicked problems, right? You curing cancer. Chemo can be a cure, but it has wicked side effects. The students are working on a STEM robotics problem for people who are neurodivergent. What is a problem statement or a wicked problem that you would suggest these students attempt to solve? A problem statement.
You can pitch any problem statement to the crowd. What's the problem you want the kids to solve? Sorry, what's the problem you want these visionaries to solve?
It goes back to what I was saying about how do you produce OEM parts in a contested, logistically constrained environment where you're unable to have any kind of functional supply chain. As a problem statement that comes to mind, right? Like, how do you do that? And like, that's the challenge that everyone's having right now is you'll hear that phrase over and over again, contested logistics. So like, imagine yourself having none of the resources available to you that you'd have here. How would you produce things? How would you make pharmaceuticals? How would you make food? How would you make all of those things? How would you be able to manufacture those things? So it's we had something called DevCom, so it's Army. They have $1 billion they approached the collective with, and they're trying to figure out how to create like bioengineering in the field. How would you do something like that where you don't have resources that you normally have? You have to containerize it and do it all by itself. Where would your inputs be? What would your outputs be? What would your byproducts be? All those things. Like, how would you do it?
Tina.
And you know, we're in that. They're still analog, right? We still have physical business cards, but this is something I struggle with. I'm not organized at all, and I have a massive stack of business cards that someday I'll get to and I'll organize. And Those are a lot of relationships that just never get followed on, unless I get someone's number right then and there. So, that would be the challenge. How do you take something physical, a bulk of information, and digitize it all at once in the proper place?
Mark?
You guys know mine, a world-class bespoke education available to all people. And obviously, like, that's probably the same as Axio's, but I say that because it's interesting, for better or worse, once you become like a startup and a commercial entity, you have these external factors that kind of take you away from your mission altogether. I think long term it's like that is still the mission, but like you then have to deviate from that because you have to then find a client and a paying customer and all those things. And I say that because like these missions don't get solved by just one org or one startup or one product. And at Luminosity, you guys have it's actually not unlimited resources. We always say that because ultimately anything you want to do, this team will enable you to do. And you have probably the most important resource in the world is time. Like what I would give to go back and be a student and just have all that time to build and explore and create. And I definitely, I think looking back, took it for granted. I did amazing things in my undergrad, but like I took that time for granted. And so you guys have the ability to take big risks you actually couldn't as a startup. And you guys have the ability to then spin it out. And so when you're in this environment, take those big risks, go for the big mission and like try to fulfill that. And then spin out when you can like commercialize the mission, It's like for us, we've had to kind of go back on that a little bit, and then we have to make enough money where then we can go and figure out how to do that again, if that makes sense. So.
We're talking about practical things.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'll show you in demo. We're gonna do it.
Speaking of which, I think that's a great transition. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. And I think we're going to transition into the Axio demo here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Can we give another round of applause for phenomenal panelists? That was an excellent panel. Guys, thank you. We are so appreciative of your time. Can someone get a picture really quickly while they're standing here? No. Oh.
You gave us all really cool titles. I was so excited. We were like, I was like, oh man, I'm doing fuel cell, cool stuff.
So we're gonna actually give everyone like a 10-minute break, I think. So in the meantime, stretch. Students, we have wonderful guests here. This is a great time to demo your work. I would go stand.
No, I don't want to flex that. They're gonna track me.
Here's the clicker for you if you want it.
Okay.
So you can quick change slides.
Can you help me with
YouTube,
that?
you can have a mic if you want instead of just using it.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sure.
So you don't have to share. You're okay. I have it muted right now. Okay, thank you. But you can grab it.
What a clicker. You want to work the clicker?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, we got it. All right. So, should we start again?
Let's restart
And then say that Krupa cannot be with us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, again, hi everybody. My name is Nick Nguyen, and I'm currently majoring in computer system engineering, and I'm a software developer for Orbitscape and Lunar Rights.
I'm Arnav. I'm studying computer science and math, and I'm also a software developer for this project.
And I'm Caleb, innovation, and I'm the business lead for both Lunar Rights and Orbitscape.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Krute cannot be here today, but shout out to him because he's like a very talented software developer for this project. Okay. So in this presentation, we'll dive into the key developments on both technical and business sides, as well as showcase how business and lunar rights can be used to shape the future of space exploration.
Okay, so first we'll start off with Orbitscape. So what is Orbitscape? With the rapid expansion of the space industry and an increasing number of private and public missions targeting the moon, understanding and characterizing cislunar space is more critical than ever. Orbitscape leverages visual graph and map-based representations to provide detailed insights, making space data more accessible and simple to understand. For this phase, our focus has been on scaling Orbitscape, not just as a learning platform, but also as a tool for space enthusiasts and professionals to use and develop. Now Nick will elaborate on our technical development and guide us through the demo.
Okay. So let me walk you over the Okay, so let me walk you over the demonstration of Orbitscape, as well as go over the new update. Oh, okay, there we go. Probably click play. No, go back and then, because that's a video, so I'm not sure it's going to play. Okay. So one of the first features that we added is user authentication. So now users have to sign up before using the applications. In this way, the website will remember the user data so that users can, the website will reload the project state whenever the user revisit. So we're building a very simple website so that anybody can directly access it on the browser to see the 3D space of the moon and Earth space. So one of the tiny feature that we added in this release is that user can now double click on the Earth planet so to view the low Earth orbit view. So moving on with the orbital mission render, Orbitscape provides more than 20 different orbital missions so that users can explore. We're still adding more missions in the future. So with just one click, user can see the animated dotted line of a spacecraft. We also improve the graphical effect of the line, so it's easier to observe what's happening. So moving on with the new feature is the timeline feature. So now user can adjust their mission to any specific time point that they want to see. And yeah, so let's try a different mission. So that's for the autonomous one. Let's try International Space Station. So since the space station is going to be within the low Earth orbit, so I'm going to double click on the Earth planet. And as you guys can see right there is the animated dotted line, which looks very cool. Okay, last but not least is the custom mission or render. So Orbitscape allows users to upload their own orbital data and have it visualized in our 3D platform. We believe this is a very useful feature so that users or any individuals that want to show their orbital work in the 3D space. So as you can see, I'm adding my elliptical orbit to the 3D space, and it looks fascinating. So that's the end of the Orbitscape demonstration, and now we're moving forward with Lunarite.
After seeing some amazing developments from Orbitscape, we're also going to be talking about lunar rights. So to quote, "The issue of lunar property rights is a complex and contentious matter that involves questions about the legality and feasibility of commercial and international entities extracting and utilizing resources from the moon. The Outer Space Treaty states that the exploration and the use of outer space shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interests of all countries and shall be the province of all mankind. The goal of this project is to identify and inventory all known lunar resources and the rights associated with their utilization as they exist today. And that promotes sustainable and responsible space activities." Now, again, Nick will walk us through our lunar rights demo, which is even just as amazing and even more impressive.
So I'm going to walk over my favorite use case in Orbitscape. Can you move to the next slide? And then next slide, and next slide again, and next slide. And that would be a video. There we go. Can you have it play? Yeah. So imagine I'm the mission lead for the upcoming space mining program, and I want to mine thorium resources on the moon's surface. So with lunar rights, I can freely explore the 3D surface of the moon, as well as explore how much resources are available on the surface. So since I want to mine the thorium, I want to explore how much thorium it is. I can do this by go to resources and toggle thorium. And here I can see the heat map that shows the intensity, the concentration of the material on the moon. So furthermore, I can use a tool called division tool to know more about the concentration unit, parts per million, of the resource on the Pacific area. So here I drop one marker. As you can see, that's the 7.98 parts per million of thorium. So I'm going to do one more again to compare if that area is bigger. And here you see it's 11 parts per million. So now, since I want to see the lunar surface, I can just change the opacity, and it will overlay the resources on the lunar surface. All right, so it seems that that creator has more thorium, has more resources. So I'm going to plan out the logistic, where I should put the landing site and then the mining site. And to do that, I'm going to click on Add New Site and drop it on the surface. In here, it would ask me to fill out all of the information of the landing site. So that's the landing site. And for the start date, I'll go with February 19, 2026. And the end date is going to be February 19, 2028. And I'm going to put USA in the countries. So moving forward with the mining site. So since the mining site is going to be bigger, I'm going to put the 100 on the safety zone. And by doing this, the area on the moon's surface will become bigger. And we're going to do the same timeline. And I'm going to put USA in the countries as well. And there you go. But I just made an oopsie, and I forgot to change the name. So it's fine. I can just go back and then change the name by clicking the edit button and click save. And then now it changes. So now I can double click on the mission site to move it to the crater, on top of the crater. And there we go. We have a very simple plan for the upcoming program. So now I want to show it to my manager. What I can do is I'm going to click at the export button and then export the mission-related data. And there we go. So that's the end of the Lunar Rise demonstration. So now I'm going to pass my mic to Caleb to talk about business.
All right, let's talk business. So, what is the opportunity? Well, I'm proud to announce today that we're announcing the official launch of OrbitScape and Lunar Rides. What are we? We are the ArcGIS of space. So ArcGIS is a platform where you can create and visualize data on Earth. Well, we do the same for the moon, and we do the same for all of cislunar space. Imagine this, right? we have this ideal, right, that our TAM, our total addressable market, is essentially infinite because we're working with space here. But no. Really, this is our journey thus far. We've had conversations with over 100 people in the space industry. We've spoken with policymakers, we've spoken with space lawyers, we've spoken with companies as small as startups and as large as those that you see launching rockets there today. And what we've found is that we can have these exhibited on all websites for all companies as a mission tracker, and as well for lunar companies for resource mapping on the moon. And the idea moving forward is that we are going to be exhibiting our companies here tomorrow at the Space Summit, and we invite all of you to Omni Hotel tomorrow to come join us. And then this fall, we have just submitted our proposals to the International Astronautical Conference in Australia, in which we'll be participating in the student competition and presenting there as well. And so, more on the business side, our profit margins are very high. Our hosting costs are low, and so in this way, we're this close to setting up our first deal. It's been an exciting process thus far. You can imagine this as exhibited in museums, exhibited on websites, and now it's just time for the boring businesses, sides of the business, We just have to set up our bank accounts, get ourselves established as an LLC, and move forward. So we're very excited today for all of you to join us in our official launch of OrbitScape and Lunar Rides. Thank you.
We're good. Thank you.
Did you put the clicker? Alrighty, so we're going to transition now. I'm going to have you guys show, since we do have guests coming in, we're anticipating our Government and Public Innovation panel to start at 1 p.m. Therefore, we are having quite a few really fun guests here. There's even some in the room right now. Mayor Corey Woods is here, among others. So I want all my students to stand over by their project stations and present your projects. It's the same way that we did yesterday. You guys are just going to showcase, demo your projects, have them ready. People are going to walk around and get to know what you're doing. And then we're going to get started with our panel at 1 p.m. All right, thank you guys.
we're getting ready. All right, well, I'm really excited for this panel. Everyone who knows me knows I love both, I would say, emerging technology and maybe not government, but how we could use the public sector for good, for some public sector innovation. So this is kind of my attempt to marry this, and I will not eat up too much time. I'm going to introduce the moderator for today, Dom Papa, who is with the Institute for Digital Inclusion Acceleration. A lot of their focus is on bridging the digital divide in lower socioeconomic areas throughout the greater Phoenix metro area. Dom spent the last couple of decades all in, I know it's tough to say, but all in kind of public-private partnership, smart regions, smart city stuff, a lot of technology, and how we can implement that to solve problems in a public space. So like myself, Dom is also overeducated. He's got an MPA, executive MBA, and a JD, and he will be your esteemed moderator for this wonderful panel. So without further ado, Dom.
Awesome. Thank you. Really excited to be here. Let's give a round of applause to Rob, though, and the entire team, because this is a pretty exciting panel. Really excited to be up here and have this discussion with such great leaders. You know, I was looking at the theme of the conference, or the get-together, Change the World. And there's no better place to talk about world-changing innovation than in our cities. Every day, local governments are shaping our future, not just for us as residents, but they're shaping regions, they're shaping economies. And whether it's harnessing AI to streamline public services, using data to drive smarter decisions, or building that data infrastructure that expands the opportunity for all of you innovators within the community, this is where we really get to shape and change the world. So I'm really excited. I'm going to have the panel introduce themselves, because I think they do a good job speaking for themselves. And so, Mayor Woods, if I could have you introduce yourself and just talk a little bit about public innovation in your words.
Sure. Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe. Thank you all for being here today. I got to first of all say, Rob loves government. Don't let him tell you that. I don't believe that at all. I met that guy on a plane over a decade ago. I'm telling you, the guy loves government, so I'm just going to put that out there for the record. I would just say, no, public innovation is very critically important. I've been in elected office in Tempe now for over 13 years, and I can tell you we are constantly looking for better ways to engage with the business community, better ways to engage with constituents. So the work that you're doing is very critically important, and I appreciate it. You're going to create the next wave of innovation that's going to help all of us to do our jobs even better. So thank you all for being here.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. And now over to the Vice Mayor of the City of Phoenix, Anna Bryan.
Thank you. Is it working? We'll try this one. Vice Mayor in Phoenix, I represent District 1, which is in the northwest part of Phoenix. You might have heard about our little district. We have the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company in my district. But related to public innovation, I think Corey really kind of said it all, but you're right, your leadership has to be open to it. If you're not ready for it, if you're not working for it, if you're not building those relationships and collaborating and really having that long-term vision of wanting to be changing and to be out in front, it's not going to happen, and you become stagnant. And I'll give you an example of that in a little bit.
Daphne Marley, over to you. Also my soccer teammate on Tuesday nights.
Trying to also recruit you to Sundays. We'll talk about that later. Daphne Marley, President and CEO of Downtown Phoenix, Inc. It's the community building organization for Downtown Phoenix. Serves as the administrative umbrella for community and economic development organizations that are focused on the Downtown Phoenix area. And the work that we do every day, in some way, shape, or form, is through partnership really with the City of Phoenix.
That's awesome. And last but definitely not least, over to our student regent, David Zaragoza.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. My name is David Zaragoza. Believe it or not, I am a current Luminosity student, but due to my commitments with the Board of Regents, I have not been able to be as active as I would like to be. I think public innovation at its core is innovation that doesn't focus on turning a profit or necessarily creating the best possible product, but on the most service to humanity, right? When you innovate for the sake of bettering people's lives as opposed to bettering your own, I think that is really what public innovation tries to do and should be at its core.
That's fantastic. So the goal of this panel is not to talk about theory, but talk about real work that's happening now. But we can't really get to the real work if we can't talk about a little bit about the culture. I think I was told that I have to say this. What ASU is how many years #1 in innovation? Are we 10 now? Oh, it's amazing, right? But all the innovation that happens at ASU would not happen without that culture. So I would love to turn it over to the mayor and vice mayor just to talk a little bit about the culture of innovation within government. It's not about the technology, it's a mindset. You can't innovate without a culture that supports creative problem solving and continuous improvement. So as leaders, how do you foster a culture of innovation within your organization, within your cities? And what steps do you take to ensure your teams feel empowered to think outside of the box?
I'm so glad you talked about that, about not just simply the technology, but also the willingness to actually support the innovation. Because that's one of the things I tell people all the time at the City of Tempe. You have to be willing to fail. And we as a council have to give you the opportunity to fail sometimes by trying to do or create the next big thing. Sometimes my perspective is I would rather have you try to do something that's going to be transformative, that's going to position the city for the next 10, 15, 20, or even 30 years than just try to, do whatever you can do to get to retirement. So you want to kind of keep your head down for the next 3 or 4 years before you get your 80 points at ASRS. So, I tell people that all the time, like, you have to create that culture. We have all types of things that we're doing in the City of Tempe, an ethical AI policy. We're creating an app right now that I know the City of Phoenix actually has, which is trying to make sure that we can give people the ability to find parking in our downtown in very real time, because that's always been one of the complaints about downtown Tempe. Like, it's a great place, but I can't find anywhere to park, and that deters me from actually going down there. So we are trying to create an app in real time that allows for people to know exactly where the parking is and whether it's open at that time. So all of those things are technological innovations, and they're really moving the city forward. But you have to have a city government, from your staff to your council, that actually says, we want this. And if they try to do something and it's not maybe well received initially by residents or even business owners, you have to be willing to stand behind them and say, I support this. Even if you're getting a little bit of grief, I'll be right there alongside you to take the grief with you. You can't just, when other people are getting beat up on your staff, then duck and cover under your desk and hope that they don't notice that you're hiding. So I think that's the biggest thing. There's a lot of great things happening. You all are doing exceptional work. We do great things in the City of Tempe, but I feel that my job, first and foremost, with my 6 other council members, is to make sure that we're supporting that forward-thinking innovation each and every day.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the mayor couldn't be more right. If you're not supportive and open to it, and while this isn't exactly innovation, right, Phoenix and the state of Arizona, we kind of were okay with the status quo in general. And then, and I hate to say this because it makes me old and you all are so young, but the Great Recession happened to Phoenix. And if you don't know what that is, your parents will. And the economy bottomed out because we had been depending on the same industries decade after decade after decade. And they were construction and tourism were the big ones. And those were hit the hardest and took the longest to come back. But I'm thankful to the leaders who came before me, the governor, the mayor of my city, who said, we're going to change that and bring new industries. And those industries are the industries that will allow us to innovate and change for the better, not just for our city's economy and our state's economy, but for the people who live here and all around the world.
Great answer. Devney, I'm going to come to you to kind of add on to that, but also let's start to talk about how we solve these problems, right? So Downtown Phoenix Inc., you have to handle a variety of issues and challenges that the downtown faces, right? Sustainability, education, workforce. Let's talk a little bit about public-private partnerships. With all those various challenges, how does an organization like Downtown Phoenix Inc. approach those challenges, and how do you work with the city to solve some of those really difficult challenges facing the downtown?
Sure, I'll start by just adding on to what the Vice Mayor said. And there is a noticeable shift within city leadership in my 8 years of being with Downtown Phoenix Inc. And public-private partnership was not always a positive, well-received phrase. within city leadership, and we've certainly seen that shift. And I think connecting it back to the Great Recession, it's just very obvious that our mayor and council now believe in innovation, want to try, let us fail if we need to, but let's pursue those big ideas. And it's led us to be able to have public-private partnerships around the Park Phoenix web-based app that Mayor Woods just mentioned, as well as our Downtown Phoenix digital twin, which we launched a few months ago. And it would not have been possible without our partnership with the city, but the city saying to Downtown Phoenix Inc., you're the community building organization for downtown, and we try to really trust the wisdom of the community by creating all these stakeholder interactions and feedback loops for our businesses, our residents, our students, our visitors, property owners, managers, et cetera, to be able to give us their feedback and input on what the work should be that we prioritize every year. So through our platform, we were able to take the lead on building this Downtown Phoenix digital twin through ASU's Cloud Innovation Center originally. And we knew that we wanted to build it, but we didn't have the problem for which we were going to solve. And for that reason, the city said, as departments, we really can't take the lead on this project, rightly so, but you can, and we'll support you along the way because we'll ultimately certainly want to utilize this tool. And fast forward 5 years later, we finally have this digital twin that now we're engaging with city departments around how they can use it. We're really focused on the built environment in downtown. That's the highest and best use. From our perspective, we can be that unbiased third party that when someone from the community or a group says, that high-rise is concerning to me, that new high-rise development for XYZ reasons. Well, let us model it in the digital twin and solve for those concerns and those challenges as we need in order to get to those next steps faster. And the city's really allowed us to work in that space.
Yeah, that's great. So David, building off of that, so you hear about how the cities are kind of building that culture of innovation internally, enabling organizations like Downtown Phoenix Inc. to come partner with them and solve these challenges. I just saw a handful of new technologies and solutions over there that could potentially change the world. How do you envision students like everyone here sitting in the audience affecting change and helping solve problems for cities like Tempe and Phoenix?
Let's see, is this working? All right. So it's a great question. I think a lot of it has to do with taking advantage of the opportunities that are present, at the institution you're at. ASU is a model institution when it comes to establishing public-private partnerships. I think the fact that our university was so ingrained in the semiconductor ecosystem of our state is a big reason why TSMC is now in Vice Mayor O'Brien's district, right? Part of taking those opportunities is not only being aware of them as they're kind of going around you, but also understanding how to best capitalize on that, right? And how each of these could drive change that could not only benefit you, but the people around you. So each of those technologies that you see over there is something that was made possible either by public-private partnerships or by students utilizing the knowledge that they gain from those partnerships, right? Whether it be through internship experience, co-ops, mentorship, so on and so forth. And understanding that you're not only yourself, but you are the sum of all the investment that has been poured into you is key to really driving innovation that is for the public good.
Yeah, that's great. And now Mayor Woods, he mentioned something there, talked about opportunities, right? I think the worst thing that could possibly happen to a city or a region is brain drain. People graduating and leaving the local economy, leaving the local region. How are you going to keep all these ASU students here, Mayor? No pressure on this question. How do we keep the talented, inspiring innovators of the next generation here? What are some plans Tempe's looking at?
So I'll give you a very interesting answer that I think it's an interesting answer. It's one of the biggest reasons why probably the thing I've worked on the most since 2008 when I first became a council member was affordable housing. That was one of the biggest challenges that I saw when I was in graduate school here at ASU, was that you had all of these incredible people graduating with bachelor's degrees and master's degrees and doctoral degrees, and then they would get out of school and say, I can't afford to stay here. I can't afford to buy a home, but I can't even afford to rent an apartment here. And so it's a very big challenge because I'll be honest. I mean, a lot of things are bigger than myself and Vice Mayor O'Brien. There are just systems in place in terms of Maricopa County is one of the top 2 or 3 fastest growing counties in the entire country. People are flocking to Phoenix and Tempe each and every day because they recognize how great our cities are and all of the opportunity here, and that we have the most sort of natural days of sunlight of any other place in the entire country. So there's a reason why people are coming here. Like, the secret is frankly out about how great Maricopa County is and all the cities are within it. But some of the challenge means that we have to find a way to increase housing supply, to ensure that the people who want to live here have the ability to, that there's a supply of apartments and home ownership opportunities for people who want them and need them. But it's also trying to make sure that we have a way to really effectively address the housing affordability crisis as well. Because what I don't want is a situation, and I think I could probably speak for the Vice Mayor on this as well, we don't want a situation where all of you are graduating and ready to do exceptional work in your community and throughout this state, and to basically say, I can't afford a home here, so I'm going to relocate somewhere where it's frankly a lot more affordable, where I think I can make a living. So from my perspective, that is the biggest thing that I'm trying to work on in my role as mayor, is ensuring that housing is affordable and accessible to anyone in this room who wants to remain here after you actually get out of this program.
Yeah, that's great. And Vice Mayor, he touches on a great point that we'll build to you with the announcement of TSMC, the additional investments. People have found out the secret of the region, right? It's hot. People, temperature-wise and economic development-wise, it's a great place to be, right? And so we're seeing these massive investments from organizations and companies like TSMC, which moved into your district. Can you tell us a little bit about what to expect and how this investment is going to transform your area and really position Greater Phoenix, the region, the city, as like the chips and tech capital of our country?
So just for a little perspective, I have been in office a little bit less than 4 years. And so it'll be 4 years this May when TSMC had their shovel groundbreaking, sorry, I couldn't think of the name of it, groundbreaking ceremony beginning in May of 2021. At that time, it was a $12 billion investment. And then they announced that it was going to be $65 billion. And then if you watch the president's congressional address, it is now $165 billion. So to say that that project is big, humongous, transforming, those are all putting it very lightly. We have 6,400 acres to the south of that, where we will be turning that into more residential, some retail, and actually we're hoping for it to be about 19,000 doors. And if you do the math of about 2 to 2.5 people per door, we will be building an area that is half the size of Flagstaff or the same size as Prescott. Wow. And absolutely considering affordability, and also want to consider walkability, not something Phoenix is super known for over the decades. I've lived here my whole life, and walking just wasn't something you were doing unless you were going to see your friend across the street. So we very much want to do that. We want to make sure that it's sustainable. Additionally, around the TSMC campus is another 2,300 acres that will be developed by the Mac Real Estate Group that will also have housing as well as hundreds of thousands of commercial and retail, hundreds of thousands square feet of commercial and retail space. So a lot is going on. It will become the place to really live, work, play, and thrive. You will be able to do all of those things within about 15 minutes of the TSMC and Halo Vista campuses in my district.
Wow. If you're not excited to graduate and remain in this region, I think you can be now. I think Rob made sure he said, let's try to highlight all the opportunity that is going to be in this region for students as they graduate. I think you can hear it right now, the amount of opportunity that's going to be here. But a piece of that is thriving, vibrant downtowns, right? Places where people want to go out, catch a sports game. You've got downtown Tempe, Mill Avenue right here. Then you've got downtown Phoenix. So Devaney, talk to me just a little bit about the importance of a thriving, vibrant downtown to the broader economy, to the broader region.
Well, first, we do hope and expect that some of what's happening in District 1 will also make its way into downtown, as we still have office space available for new businesses coming into the region. But our city's general plan identifies that downtown is the heart of the city. and really the heart of the state. And so having a strong, vibrant downtown community allows that success, that vibrancy to radiate out, and it's what we're beginning to see in the neighborhoods around and adjacent to downtown Phoenix, and we want to be as supportive of those communities as well because we're all part of this greater downtown area. So we're really focused on that walkability. Again, we want it to be a place where people can live, learn, work, recreate, and ASU is such a key component of the downtown story. We had 0 students in downtown in 2000. We have 16,000 students in downtown Phoenix currently. 15,000 of those are ASU students. You can't underscore how much that transforms a downtown area. So we're really grateful for ASU's downtown campus, and our downtown strategic plan has just brought a lot of new development that is allowing it to be a 24/7 economy in a way that it wasn't 5 to 7 years ago. We've added over 8,000 apartment units since just 2015, and we're over 13,000 since 2005. $8.3 billion in public and private investment since 2005 in downtown, and from the convention center to the cityscape development, light rail, it's why we're landing conventions, mega events. We don't apologize for having some of those events in downtown because of that public-private investment that exists. So really grateful for all the investment that's happening in downtown.
Yeah, that's great. Now, David, you mentioned that you're on the Board of Regents, or you sit and help. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that student perspective, that student voice, especially as all these technologies and investment, it's going to change the way our region, our cities look for generations to come. Talk to me a little bit about your leadership on the Board of Regents and just providing that input, that voice of the student in those organizations.
So this is in no way a dig against the other members of the board, but without myself and the other student regent, I think the average age would probably be 62, 63 plus, right? Which is good because you have those decades of experience guiding our state's 3 public universities, but at the same time, even if those voices are alumni of our universities, they're decades out of having been in undergrad or even graduate school, right? They don't know what it's like to be on the hunt for a job. They don't know what it's like to try and schedule all your classes so that you have as much free time on the weekend as possible. So including that perspective gives a contemporary, boots on the ground look at the effect that these policies that we're enacting will have on the student body, right? And on top of that, I think being someone who's studying a technical major, electrical engineering, right, and the increased focus that our state's universities have had on technology, whether they be semiconductors or otherwise, has really allowed me to kind of let the board know, hey, these are the trends I'm seeing right now. Just keep these in mind as we vote on this new major that's being proposed to us, or this new research center that we might open in South Tempe, right? That perspective, I think, has really helped the board understand the consequences of their effects, both immediately and in a more long-term sense.
And Dom, if I could just add, oh, sorry, Mayor, I didn't see you with the microphone, I should say. I knew you were there. But I want to thank Dom for his perspective, because it is all of that. We have ASU West Valley in my district as well. And so it is ASU's commitment, and they have been with the city of Phoenix from the beginning on bringing TSMC, all these incredible students that you all are coming out of the university and staying, I hope. But there are jobs that you all can't even imagine will be available in 10 or 20 years. I can tell you that when I sat in your chair and was going to ASU, who would have thought that writing AI prompts would be a job? Not me, because we certainly, the technology that stored our data, I just want you to think about this. 200 megabytes of data 45 years ago was stored in a refrigerator size box. Today, I carry 128 gigabytes of data in my phone, right? All of that innovation has come from people striving to make it better in one way or another, and it starts with you all.
I wanted to make a point about something you said, David, about and tie that together with something the vice mayor and deputy both talked about. You talked about having younger voices being part of these conversations in terms of you represent interests, frankly, that many times would not be represented by people who might be decades older than you. And I think that that's a very valid point. I mean, I'm 46 now. And as much as I would like to think of myself as still a young person, I go into rooms full of people who are 19 and 20, and they look at me like I'm their dad. And quite honestly, I understand that. I mean, and as much as I would like to say I'm connected to the experience of a younger person, I probably am not at this point. So it's very critically important to have those voices heard. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up is when the vice mayor was talking about that development in Phoenix, all of the retail and sort of the office and the residential that's all going to be kind of built in one sort of master planned complex, and Deputy talking about adding 8,000 units of new apartments in the downtown. The reason why I say it's really critically important that all of you continue to be involved, and this is not a dig at anyone in particular, but many times what ends up happening is we get the same people who come to our council meetings each and every week. It's the same sort of 10 frequent flyers that come, and many of them are opposed to everything. It's just sort of this perspective of, I'm comfortable, I moved here 30 years ago, I bought my home when homes were super cheap here, and I like it the way that it is, and I don't want to see anything changed. And I understand that perspective, because if you did buy a home here back in 1985 or even 1990, when you could probably buy a 4-bedroom home for $125,000, I understand why you might feel that way. You may not want more people in your neighborhood. You may not want more traffic and more cars on the road. But the fact of the matter is, each and every one of you also want to make a life here in Tempe and in Phoenix and the greater Phoenix area. So the fact of the matter is, we many times, though, don't hear those voices at our council meeting saying, look, I understand the person who's comfortable and already very situated here doesn't want any more building to take place. Sometimes they'll even try to frankly push out all of the innovation that you would see at like a TSMC because they don't like the apartment units. I mean, we're kind of seeing that in another place that shall not be named today, because I'm not trying to get thrown out. But the point is, hint, it's not Tempe or Phoenix. But I think that if there were younger voices and a younger generation's voice that was at the table for a lot of those conversations saying, look, a lot of that housing that you're building is probably for us to ensure that all we're learning at this exceptional university can actually be applied, because we're not just going to take off and leave the second we get our diplomas. That's really critical, and it really is critical that that voice is represented, because unfortunately many times it's the squeaky wheel. If we don't hear from people who have a different opinion and who want those things, sometimes those projects don't happen, because you may not always get people who have the courage that I or Vice Mayor O'Brien have when it comes to pushing forward big projects like this. So I really do want to second David's point. It is really critically important that you're involved and you make your voice heard, not just here at the university, but even in your local city council meetings or down at the state capitol.
You heard it here first, right? As a local government enthusiast, please come, get involved, participate. Mayor, I'm going to come right back to you, simply because the vice mayor mentioned something. She talked about data. Obviously, a lot of the technologies, the innovation we're seeing today revolves around the innovative use of data. I know Tempe has been a national leader in its use of data. Great leadership there. Rosa, the former CEO, Mark Wittenberg. Talk to us about your data policy, your data approach, and how have you helped really Tempe become this data-driven organization that's winning national accolades today?
So, first of all, I appreciate you mentioning Mark Wittenberg's name. I miss him.
Yeah,
like,
he's a good
I'm like,
guy.
oh my gosh, I'm like, Mark Wittenberg. Well, I mean, frankly, it starts with leadership at the top. And you mentioned our city manager, Rosa Chowsty. She is very much an innovator. She is a 32-year employee at the city of Tempe who started actually 32 years ago as our first bilingual family therapist in the city of Tempe, and she worked her way up from that position to end up becoming city manager, the first woman city manager ever in the history of the city of Tempe. So she's frankly an innovator and a trailblazer, but she's very much that way with all of her department heads and all of her team. She wants innovation. She wants them to be able to back up their sort of assertions and their hunches with data. It's not just about coming into her office and saying, well, I have this hunch that I think this is the right idea. Like, you have to actually bring data to back up that assumption. Otherwise, she's not going to move on it. She wants to be able to make sure that the data is also openly accessible to all of our residents. We have something like, as an example, called the what we call PQI, or the Pavement Quality Index. And it's where you can actually tell from a 0 to 100 what the quality of pavement is in your community or in your neighborhood. So 0 meaning terrible and 100 meaning absolutely perfect. One of the reasons why we had a bond question that just passed in November, and it got 77% of the vote, which is, I mean, the biggest landslide we've had in over 20 years on any single bond question, because people had the ability in their community to not have to come to the city manager or come to me in the council and actually see what the quality of their streets was. They were going online in a very readily accessible system to them as residents and going, I'm looking at my PQI, and I think the roads, frankly, need to be improved here. And then I went back and said, great, here's a $301 million bond question, which will allow for us to shave 7 to 9 years off of the time to fix all of these streets. And so folks voted for that at a huge rate because they had access to the data. I wasn't hoarding the data. You didn't have to put in a public records request to find out exactly what that data was. You could go right on tempe.gov and see exactly what was going on. And we have those kinds of forward-facing dashboards in all different kinds of areas of the city. Because frankly, you shouldn't have to know me or know my number to find out what's going on in your community and have it backed up with data. Last thing I'll say is that I was talking to Devaney right before we got up here about some of the transformation of our downtown. We're really undergoing a massive change because many times people's perception of downtown Tempe is, well, Tempe is a college town. And it is. We have the largest public university in the country in our backyard, and we're proud of that. But we also, if you walk in downtown now, see all of this Class A office, all of this very high-end multifamily, tons of new hotels that have popped up just in the last 3 or 4 years. And so, frankly, the demographics of our downtown have changed. And now, to bring in some of these nicer restaurants and nicer retailers, we actually have the data to show these folks to say, I'm not just asking you to put in a nice restaurant because I like to eat out, which I do, but I actually have the data to show them, here are the people that now live here in the city of Tempe and more specifically downtown. And if you take the leap with me to open a new establishment, you're more than likely going to be successful if it's well run and operated. So data really is critically important to everything we do. And I frankly thank our city manager for really leading the charge on that effort.
If I may just add from the private sector, couldn't agree more with comments related to data. And I think if you want to invoke change, you need to use data to tell the story, and the same is true when you're looking for support from your local city government. Data telling the story is just so key to those conversations. And to connect back to the housing conversation, density is not a bad word. And in our downtowns, density really is destiny, and so to bring your perspective and your voice to these conversations to explain why density, high-rise apartments can be a positive, because then it brings the people needed for those locally owned restaurants, for the small businesses, the non-food and beverage retail that you want to be able to walk to and not have to get in a car to drive to. It's an ecosystem that we have to feed with people, and that comes through this density in development. And it also helps to fix the affordable housing challenges that we have. We want downtown Phoenix to be for anybody. Anyone who wants to live, work, play, learn, live downtown, they should be able to. Whether they're working in an office tower or at one of the hotels, one of the restaurants at the street level, there should be housing that they can afford in our downtown community. And that's another public-private partnership that we have at Downtown Phoenix, Inc. with the City of Phoenix's housing department. We have a community development corporation under the umbrella, hyper-focused on bringing affordable housing to downtown. And so we have all these technical experts in construction, architects, zoning attorneys, who are just rolling up their sleeves and working with the housing department on a couple of parcels in downtown slated for affordable housing redevelopment. And we're helping them write those requests for proposals. We're helping them understand what can be built on that site, how you can phase the development, just bringing that private sector expertise to the table so that we can push some of these projects forward.
So, David, anything to add? I thought I saw the microphone go up and down there a little bit.
Well, I mean, not a whole lot, to tell you the truth, but I have seen the change in downtown Tempe ever since I've been here, and I've only been here since 2021, so do the math, make of that what you will, right? But this rapid investment has certainly made it a more egalitarian place to be, in the sense that it's no longer just a college town, but an up and up town, right? It's for people who want to make something of themselves and to be in a place where their future is not constrained by one path, but they can decide for themselves what that future will be.
That's great. And Vice Mayor, I'll come to you with the last question, and then we'll open it up to the audience to your questions. So that way you've got government, public sector leaders here to ask them the questions. But Vice Mayor, just to kind of round that conversation out, a lot of what the mayor was talking about, and Devney and David, was government in the public sector being, adaptive, responsive, transparent. Anything else you might want to highlight that you see within government or the public sector that could change to help drive this sort of innovation forward?
So when I got into office 4 years ago, I didn't have a constituent management system. So I want you all to think about that. Same time you came to ASU, I didn't even have hard files. So we started doing it on an Excel spreadsheet, and about a year ago is when we finally got a constituent management service that is truly technology. What I've struggled with at the City of Phoenix is that we're still back in the 1980s a little bit as technology because our departments are siloed. We have cameras on a lot of our streetlights, right? Or I should say at our intersections. And that's great. However, our police don't have access to them, and they don't record. They just show live. So our streets department can make some adjustments if they need to, but it doesn't work with any of our other departments that need them. So it's really important to me that we use the technology that's available to make our government more efficient and more effective for the residents, because then it means you're driving through our city more effectively and efficiently, right? You're paying less gas, you're wasting less time, maybe you're getting your calls answered better. Additionally, our police department, if you call 911, not if you call 911, if you call to report a non-emergency situation, you could sit on hold for more than an hour, because the same people that answer those calls are the people that answer your 911 calls. Yet there's AI in Portland that can answer those calls for us and help us. So it's bringing all of that together for all of us, whether we're in downtown or we're in the northwest part of the city or any other parts of Arizona. It's really important.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect segue to opening it up. She just mentioned a handful of opportunities where if there was technology, or if there is technology, the cities, the public sector are willing to adopt that technology to help solve problems. And Vice Mayor, I know when I started with the City of Phoenix, we were still using Lotus Notes, which is an email system that I'm sure
My husband worked for IBM, so I know about Lotus
Notes.
Notes.
Yes. I've got plenty of questions, but let's open it up to the audience. Does anyone out there have a question that they would like to ask to the panel? Don't be shy. This is your time to either brag about. Yes, please.
So with TSMC, how long has this been in development for? Is there any kind of, with the increase in funding going into it, is Phoenix doing anything to match that with like zoning more for more residential or for more other sectors and things like that to match that?
I appreciate the question. We have not been able to have a meeting with TSMC yet to talk about what their time frame is on those additional 3 fabs. Right now, there is 1 fab that it started production at the end of 2024 and is producing chips. Number 2 is well under construction, and they just broke ground on number 3. So while it was lovely to hear that announcement, it's a little bit overwhelming because we don't know the timeline yet, and we want to make sure that the city's able to support them. So I'm looking forward to having that meeting here in the next probably 30 to 60 days so we can learn more about that timeline and what they need from the city to do all of the things to help them.
Please, yeah. You want a microphone? Or you could talk loud?
When it comes to actually integrating like new innovations into a city infrastructure, what has to go into like on your guys' side? What needs to be done to be able to bring in those, like the construction, like what needs to actually be done to approve new innovations? Like, trying to think of a good example. Yeah, sure.
Like procurement or other processes?
I was thinking money. That's what always goes through my head. So it keeps me awake at night and gets me up early in the morning. Yeah, I mean, you do have to have the funds to innovate some of these things. As an example, let's say if we wanted to bring on a consultant who had a sort of specific area of expertise that could help to onboard a certain kind of program or innovation with our city staff. Obviously, you need to have money in your general fund that allows you to bring that person on or that group on to do it. One of the challenges that we're all facing right now in local government is sort of declining revenues. Our sales tax revenues aren't meeting projections, and unfortunately, we've had a couple of situations where revenue has been taken away from us, by the state legislature. So that becomes the challenge when it comes to keeping up with innovation if you don't have the same amount of money coming in as you might have had 2-3 years ago. But at the end of the day, as long as you have the resources from a financial standpoint, and obviously, as we've all talked about before, the will to get things done, you can find creative ways to move things across the finish line. Because I know one thing I know myself and the vice mayor know is that your residents and your business community, they don't want to hear excuses. Their perspective is, look, we have hired you guys to figure out creative solutions to get these things done, but we don't want to feel as if we are falling behind other major metropolitan areas because of funding or because of lack of will. They just expect us to come up with a creative way to get these things done, and I think that's what both of our cities have very successfully accomplished.
Is it okay if I jump in real quick?
Absolutely, yeah, please.
So, Mayor Woods, as soon as I heard you say the state legislature cut back funding, I'm like, all right, I got the green light to talk about it on my end, too.
All right.
So,
scoot over a little bit. No.
So something the
Hit by
Board of
lightning
Regents
over there.
does is that we meet with university presidents, not only President Crow here at ASU, but also President Cruz Rivera from NAU and President Garamella from the other university down in the Dirty T, right? And a lot of that has kind of revolved around them letting us know, hey, this is where our funding is at this year. And something Dr. Crow never fails to mention is how consistent the state legislature has been in cutting back on funding for this university, right? But that's really not something that should stand in the way of offering education, quality education, to every qualified student, right? So a lot of the innovation that has taken place at this university has been in finding new companies or new institutions to establish partnerships with in order to make up for that lack of funding, right? Something Dr. Crow likes to say a lot is if all of our state funding just went away like that, right, and we had to become a private university, wouldn't really change a thing. We are 91% privately funded here at Arizona State University, and a lot of that funding, the vast majority of it, has come from seeking out new relationships and new streams of revenue in order to continue providing quality access to education here for the students who are already at this institution, and to do it for students who are prospective and not yet at this institution. So that innovation is something that continues to drive the course of our university.
And if I could just add, I think although it is a seemingly simple message, it is so important to know that we are better when we work together. Yep. We are stronger when we work together. And one of the ways that is proven amongst the cities, because, we do compete for economic development and different things like that. However, when we need to come together, we do under the Maricopa Association of Governments, and probably our most recent and biggest win, right, was Prop 479. The roads we drive on, if we didn't have, it was Prop 400 before that. I don't know why we can't just keep the same number. And I don't remember what it was before that. But the citizens have been voting to approve this tax so that we can keep up with our roads. Prop 479 is fundamental to my area because of TSMC. The additional traffic that has been brought up there and the connection between I-17 and the Loop 303, we wouldn't have gotten that if Prop 479 wasn't passed. And that is a time and a place where I can say that all of the mayors and councils from all the cities within Maricopa County came together to work together and got that passed. So that is so important to know. The partnerships, no matter who they're with, we are stronger when we work together.
I would just add to that too, as Vice Mayor O'Brien said, and completely bipartisan. I mean, that is exactly, we, as local elected officials, I mean, so just a note, there are 91 cities and towns in the state of Arizona, and only actually one of them, the city of Tucson, has partisan elections. The other 90 all run what they call nonpartisan elections, where if you are on a ballot, you'll just simply see your name. You would see Corey Woods or Ann O'Brien, but there's not going to be a D or an R or an I or anything else. And what's funny about that, just as a funny note, is that I know you've gotten this too. The last 2 or 3 weeks before an election, people will start calling you trying to get more information about you. They will accuse you of trying to hide your party affiliation, not understanding the election's a nonpartisan. Like, you're trying to hide from me, Woods. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not hiding well, clearly. I'm running for office. My face is on signs everywhere. But I mean, the fact of the matter is when you're talking about things, to the vice mayor's point, whether it's roads or public safety or transportation, I mean, all of those things are bipartisan issues that should not become political footballs, along with what, David, you were talking about when it comes to education. These are not things that should be partisan issues. They're not Democratic issues. They're not Republican issues. They're not issues for independents. They're issues for all of us who want a thriving Arizona that's going to really be great for all of us in the present and, frankly, moving forward well into the future.
I was just thinking about the question through your lens and thinking that if I had a product, a solution that I think could benefit one of our cities, how do I get it into the city? If the city hasn't yet identified that it has a problem or needs a solution. Dom, I think you mentioned procurement process, which is typical through any city. There's usually a request for proposals, but again, that problem has to be identified in order for you to be able to respond with what you think the solution could be. I would really encourage you to find the downtown organizations like Downtown Phoenix Inc., Downtown Tempe, Downtown Mesa, Downtown Flagstaff. We're almost a city-adjacent organization where we're doing a lot of work on behalf of the city, but we can work a little bit more nimbly, we can be a little bit more flexible when it comes to services, programs, et cetera. And in a lot of ways, we can kind of be the sandbox, this living laboratory downtown. I will always take a meeting if there's an innovative idea that addresses an issue that we have downtown, or I may not even be aware of it yet, but you've got an idea, I'll always take the meeting, because if we can pilot it, we love the word pilot in downtown, we can pilot the program and provide a really great proof of concept, because we have the relationships with the city of Phoenix that we do, the trust that's established, the relationship I have with Mayor Woods. I could call and say, hey, you might really be interested in this technology. Then it can be something that I can work with our city partners on, and you could then eventually see an RFP for that potential solution that you would then be able to respond to. But we love creating proof of concepts, piloting programs in downtown that especially could be scalable citywide.
That's great. And maybe to wrap this up, because I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on the opportunity for inclusion within this conversation, right? I run a nonprofit that focuses on bringing access to these sorts of technologies, these resources that can help them build pathways into STEM education, into the STEM workforce. And so inclusion is really important. And I see my friend Dan out there with the N50 project that's helping to connect the last 50% of the world, right, in other parts. But it's really important that we're helping ensure everyone has access to these technologies and these skills, so that way they can get into the pathway of a STEM job. I just saw the team over there that was building a robot for neurodivergent kids, right? That's incredible. Just talk to me about the importance of inclusion and ensuring that everyone in your cities, in your communities, in your downtowns, in your student body can participate in this digital world. Just the importance of including everyone in the community to make sure you're building that diverse pipeline for the workforce of the future. If anyone wants to maybe just take a stab.
Sure, thank you. So something that not a whole lot of people know about me is that I'm not actually from the Phoenix Valley. I was born here, about 15 minutes away in Chandler, but most of my life I lived in Yuma, Arizona, which if you don't know, and if you don't know, I'm a little hurt, but it's okay. It's a town about halfway between here and San Diego, right on the border with Mexico, and it's largely agricultural in terms of the economy and the jobs that are available there. So when I was applying to become the student regent something that I chose to highlight as part of my background was the fact that I wasn't from the Phoenix Valley, because regardless of where the student region comes from, whether it's here at ASU or NAU or U of A, they tend to be someone who graduated from Corona del Sol or Marcos de Niza, so on and so forth, right? And I wanted to say, hey, you know what? I don't have that experience, but I am as much an Arizonan as anyone else from here, right? I am someone who knows what it's like to live in this state and to eat the produce from the state. So I think bringing in perspectives that aren't necessarily urban or even suburban, but straight up rural is key to becoming inclusive in the best possible way, because that way you understand how your decisions will impact people who aren't in your immediate circle of influence, but still have a shared good and a shared interest in that good.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think having, as many different voices around the table as you possibly can to vet stuff and talk about stuff is really important. I know that in Phoenix, we take most things out to the community. I have a monthly community meeting. We will have 15 budget hearings in the first half of April to discuss our budget. And you can come in person. You can watch it online live. You can watch the recording later. You can watch all 15 of them if you're really excited. You could get it in Spanish. That you can have the translation. You can read it. So those are all incredibly important things. And getting the student voice as well, getting out and talking to the community members. So inclusion is so important, and making sure we're developing things that all of our citizens have access to is of utmost importance.
I couldn't have said that any better. That was perfect.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And on the private sector side, we have an advocacy organization underneath Downtown Phoenix Inc. that brings together voices to advocate for what's best for the downtown community. And I've always said the more knowledge, expertise, diversity of perspective, and voice at the table, the better the solutions will be. And we work really hard to bring that to those discussions. And again, the student voice is often missing from those conversations, so I couldn't agree more in terms of getting involved. Join committees, join boards when you have the time for it. I know as students, your time is very valuable, but when you can join boards and when you can get more involved in community groups, please do so, because your voice is so needed.
Yeah. That's great. Let's just give a round of applause for our panelists. This is fantastic. Public innovation is strong in this region. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
each have a microphone. I think there should be 3, so we'll just pass back and forth. I'll be moderating from here, so you guys are good. All right, everyone, if you all can make your way to the seating area right here, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're about to get started with our entrepreneurship, value creation, and fundraising panel. We have an excellent group of panelists here today, and I am so excited to introduce them to you all. So if we can all sit down in this area, that'd be very appreciated. Thank you. Sorry about that, a few technical difficulties there. But it is my pleasure to moderate this panel today. As Luminosity alumni, ASU alumni, and someone who's deeply passionate about entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and using business as a way to change the world, I couldn't be happier to speak with our guests here today. So without further ado, my name is Jasmine Makwaje. I am the assistant director here at Luminosity Lab. But more importantly, thank you guys. Thank you. But more importantly, I'm someone who's really passionate about solving problems. And I think ultimately that's what businesses are meant to do. And I do think that when we think about R&D, innovation, we automatically go to engineering, right? But there's a critical component of that, which is how do you communicate what the technical is meant to do, the impact it's meant to have, and that's where business comes in, truly. And more importantly, how do you empower people to create solutions and then launch those as platforms where they can then build a platform for themselves as well as like income? And I think that's the value of entrepreneurship. And that is how the world is moving, right? We are in a gig economy, which is super exciting because it gives people opportunity to create things that create value for the world and themselves. And therefore, I am so excited to hear from our panelists today and their experiences, but also to give you guys advice on what entrepreneurship means, what value creation is, and then ultimately, how do you raise capital to fund your ideas? So I have a couple of questions that I've prepared that I will ask our panelists. And then I'm going to hand it over to you all to ask questions. So as we're going through this, start to think of some questions, and then we'll have a microphone going around so you can then get answers. So welcome, everyone. I'm so excited for y'all to be here today. This is amazing. I'm going to actually allow you all to introduce yourselves, so I think you can do that better than I can. So Daniela, we're going to start with you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, hello. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniela Santangelo. I am the founder of freewayphx.com, if you haven't been on there. We are the activation conduit for the startup ecosystem, really focused on access and media to raise the profile of Phoenix being the next top tech hub. I was a co-founder of a tech company in the moving and relocation space. We got to Series B, and I got pushed out shortly thereafter, so you'll hear a lot of radical transparency in my story into how some of those setbacks are really a catalyst for more purpose-driven work that we get to do. So happy to be here. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erica Amwakonje. You may recognize the last name as our moderator. I am representing Ashesi University Foundation. We are the U.S. arm of basically the fundraising arm and the U.S. arm of Ashesi University in Ghana. So in the US, I have the great privilege of leading fundraising and global engagement to support our campus and all our initiatives for Ashesi University in Ghana. And I actually came into kind of academia from the private sector. So I came from a tech background, and I'm also a business coach with Stanford University, the Stanford SEED program. So the SEED program stands for the Stanford Institute for Innovation in Developing Economies. And I focused on Africa with the Graduate School of Business, working directly with founders and entrepreneurs on how to transform their businesses and take it to the next level. So I've been coaching entrepreneurs from East Africa in Kenya, Uganda, all the way to West Africa in Ghana, Nigeria, and a few other markets. So it's a privilege and an honor to be here. I'm very excited.
Hi guys, my name is Tammy Tran. I was actually a Luminosity alumni, so one of you guys back in the day, thank you. I'm the co-founder of Nixglow here with John. We make the world's first wireless LED motorcycle wheel lights. So cool little hardware startup specializing in the motorcycle industry.
And let's see, this one works. I am John Patterson, and I also was a Luminosity, I guess you'd call it graduate or alumni. I started at Luminosity in the pretty early days, around 2017, and I worked until roughly 2021, although I stayed somewhat part of the lab in and out of a few other projects from there. I graduated from ASU with my bachelor's in 2019 and my master's in 2021, and I've been working essentially in startups ever since. So a couple of my other friends from ASU and I co-founded a company that builds electrical nerve stimulator products. So I actually brought one of those here, and I know Stacy loves these. And I also more recently have worked with Tammy to build the coolest real-world Tron bike company ever, Nixglow. So startups have kind of been a big part of my life, and it's been a pretty cool opportunity for me to be able to participate in such amazing projects.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here. What an exciting panel. I can't wait to get started. So my question for all of you is, how do you identify and validate a strong value proposition for your target audience? And anyone can take it first.
I mean, I guess I can jump in a little bit. I think that the biggest validation is seeing that people are interested in buying the product and using the product and in promoting the product. I mean, really, in my opinion, if you have a product that people instantaneously resonate with and they're like, I need that, I definitely want this in my life, that is great validation that the product is going to be a highly successful product, both commercially and in terms of impact. I know that was certainly the case for Tammy and my product. In fact, it's kind of what spurred us to start the company was the initial interest that so many people had in a quick prototype that Tammy and I put together in the early days. And the same goes for all of my projects, right? It's the people's voice and the people buying and looking to prototype and use the products themselves that are really the leaders in showing a product I think is going to be a success or not a success.
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback on that. Finding a value position kind of starts with being your own customer. You have to immerse yourself into the industry so engrossly that it's kind of second nature and intuitive. And finding a combo of value positions is really where it's at. You can have a product that, reaches one goal and fixes one problem, but there's a ton of other businesses that's going to do the same thing. But if you find a combination that is kind of like the secret formula almost. So for Nixglow, we make LED motorcycle wheel lights, and they're kind of the first Tron bikes. So that's really cool, but in motorcycles, there's a lot of things that you could do that looks cool, but there's not a lot of things that can look cool but also look safe, or not look safe, but be safe, and have it be easy to install. So all three of those value propositions together is really what creates like the secret sauce. So you really got to branch out and find just a combo of things and not just one singular value proposition.
And just piggybacking on what's been said, and I'll probably put my business coaching hat on. So I always tell, founders or entrepreneurs, especially early stage entrepreneurs, to focus first and foremost on identifying a problem. Look for a problem and look for, I would say, what is considered kind of unique pain points. right? And then kind of segment your customers according to those pain points. And look for a pain point that no one else is addressing yet in that space. So that involves really understanding your competitive landscape, who else is in the market, but find your white space, find and identify a problem. One of the things I often see is, it's, especially with really excited entrepreneurs, is the first thing or the first stage is like, wow, I just came up with a great idea. And then falling in love with that idea too soon, right? And then just running with it. But if you fall in love with your idea too soon, they say oftentimes love is blind, right? You miss out on how can I improve on this idea. So it's one thing to be driven by an idea, but it's a whole nother thing to be driven by an actual problem. So if you identify a problem and you fall in love with trying to solve that problem, then your North Star becomes, am I really, every day, just keep asking yourself, am I making progress in addressing this problem? If you're guided by the problem and the change in the market space, right, as the market demands, so should your business model. So I think that's one of the key things. And then go out and take your prototype. It was mentioned, a prototype. Take that prototype, go out and ask people, would you buy this? Create your own little mini focus groups. Ask for feedback. If it's something that appeals to people, ask them why. Follow up and ask them why. If it's something that doesn't appeal and people aren't interested, ask them why. And then ask them, what would you be willing to pay for this? Get honest feedback, and through that feedback, keep tweaking your model. So that's what I would say.
Hard to add to those amazing answers. Yeah, I think echoing what everyone's saying, the value prop is something, again, that you really have to deeply feel, but if you're able to sit with the user and really understand what their, daily activities are, and have kind of compassion sitting in their seat to understand what the experience is, and then how you might be able to kind of insert your solution into what they're trying to create. And I think, value props are going to evolve as well. When you're first going into, a project, being able to have traction, and then you're going to learn a ton, and it may evolve and hopefully into something bigger and bigger where you're kind of going up that value chain. So just great answers.
That's awesome. And actually, Daniela, I have a question for you at that point. What are the biggest mistakes early stage entrepreneurs make when seeking funding?
Yeah, I would say common mistakes when seeking funding is, one, you're not doing enough outreach. So building your social capital and your network is massive. Investors are investing in you as an individual. Your company is secondary. So ensuring that your narrative is really locked into who you are, why you have domain expertise, and why you and your team are the ones to solve that. So really putting the founder in the power position, I think, is a huge advantage that we have, that some, kind of fall by the wayside again with being too focused on the solution. Also, knowing that the alternative routes out there, customer acquisition is always going to be, a better path initially. How can you, again, be in the power position, showing that you're getting customer revenue, and hopefully put yourself in a position where you might not need that funding, so you have a little bit more leverage in those conversations.
Awesome. And my next question then would be, Erica, what are the key differences between pitching to investors versus pitching to donors and grant-making organizations?
Okay, that's a really good question, and it's an interesting distinction. I think first and foremost, there's kind of a commonality between pitching to investors and then pitching to philanthropic donors. Both of them are providing financial support. But the difference between the two basically would be that basically their motivations, right? So pitching to an investor, obviously an investor expects a return, a financial return. So in that pitch, you're going to want to focus a lot on profitability of your business, scalability, and then what a lot of, I think, entrepreneurs tend to maybe overlook, especially in the early stage, is what is the market size? What is the potential of this market, and how effectively can you communicate that potential? There's an investor that has worked a lot with entrepreneurs in the Stanford Seed Program, and he kind of evaluates an entrepreneur based on what he calls a napkin test. And his thing is, can you pass the napkin test? If we meet up for coffee, how easily can you basically communicate a couple of things, the fundamentals of your business? What are the components? How does it operate? How well do you understand the business model? And then secondly, how effectively and how succinctly and clearly can you communicate the growth potential of this business? So, he gets really into it. Can you do that without bringing up a bunch of spreadsheets or calling your financial officer, basically? And can you really explain or communicate the growth path? If you have a serviceable, addressable market of $100 million, what's your plan to achieving that milestone? And can you do that quickly? And if you can't, he considers that a red flag. And he wants it on something like a napkin, a quick explanation. And from there, he makes a decision as to whether or not he would engage you further as a potential entrepreneur, that they would invest, investment capital into your business. So that's the difference. You want to really focus on profitability, right? Scalability and market potential when you're talking to an investor. On the other hand, if you're talking to a donor, a philanthropic donor, you as a fundraiser, which is the kind of the hat that I moved into, you as a fundraiser really want to be able to be a vision master. You want to focus on big, broad vision. And the vision should be not only your organization's vision of what you're trying to achieve, but you want to try and put yourself into the shoes of your donor, right? See the world through the donor's eyes, right? Because they're going to potentially invest in your organization. So understanding what their values are, understanding what their vision is, and if you're able to do it successfully, find alignment between your vision and their vision and their values as well. So this would allow you to kind of basically help them use their financial means to add meaning to their own lives. And that's really what they're looking for. So you want to focus on impact. What will their dollars accomplish within your organization if they partner with you? So I think that's the key difference.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much. And John and Tammy, considering your experience as Luminosity Lab students and our emphasis on innovation, my question to you both is, how do you balance innovation with practicality when launching a product or service?
I'll take that. Innovation is, I think the thing we have to remember about innovation is that it's never ending. By definition, it's literally you're breaking the current standards and then you're inventing something new. So there's always something to be sought after. And balancing practicality, there's a lot of late nights where me and John are debating this exact problem. And what we finally realize is that we don't need an iPhone 16 right now. If you're Apple, we just need an iPhone. So you got to get to that MVP, your minimum viable product, and build upon that, because you're going to innovate every single step along the way. And if you stop innovating, you're basically dead as a company. So chasing innovation is a great thing if you're an inventor, which we all are inventors, but you have to remember as a startup that you're also a business, and a business needs to survive in order to invent. So really balancing that innovation is just getting to that MVP and then taking it one step at a time. You can't think 10 years in the future, but also you need to think 10 seconds ahead of you. So that's kind of where we're at.
It's so true. I mean, it's so easy to get wrapped up in analysis paralysis, especially when you're working very heavily on the technical aspects of the product. I mean, you get this vision of like the perfect product and how you can solve the user's problem in the most idealized, optimized way. But to really get to that point, if it's even possible at all, it will take many, many years, to the point that not only are you maybe letting someone else take the place of your product first, but maybe you're just not even solving the user's problem and in the time frame that they need it solved. So I think what's so important is reaching that product development level that is suitable to get a realistic approximation of what your long-term product goal is, so that you can collect user feedback. So you can find out, is this solving the user's problem? Is it actually a solution that's working? Or do we need to do more development at that point and make the product better tailored to the user's needs? And the only way you can do that is by actually having users, having people take the product, install it or use it in their real world application, and then collecting that super critical, valuable feedback from them to figure out how to drive innovation forward. There may be things that you didn't even think of. Maybe in your mind, the product looks like A, but in reality, what users want is B, right? And you won't really know that until you build a minimum viable product, an iPhone 1, maybe not an iPhone 16, and then see, what do people like about it? What do they think you could improve? And that's how you drive real world innovation that's driven by the user's needs and the user's desires, rather than just the idealized image maybe that you start out with.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. And so we've talked about a little bit about fundraising, investment, value proposition, developing a product, and balancing that with practicality. And sometimes when you're ready to launch, you may not stay with the venture as long as you may have planned. Now, Daniela, can you tell us a little bit about what an exit would look like, and how that is, how have you experienced it, and what your advice is for our students?
So interesting question. I think, it's an interesting time that we're operating in, and I think part of the resilience that you need to have as a founder is not being so externally focused to what's going on, the exits, the funding rounds, and how you're really, again, putting yourself in a position of resilience and knowing that you're on a journey and you're playing the long game. So, the likelihood of having a successful exit, we all know the percentages of what that looks like. However, there's plenty of paths to have a favorable outcome. Maybe it's not the exit that you were anticipating, but there's so many different programs, vehicles, individuals who are right now really looking at some interesting models, like even anti-VC models, having interesting plays with private equity and how they can help founders get to a place where they can have a favorable outcome. Maybe it wasn't the $100 million exit, but it's the $5 million one, and then you can take that and run with, the flywheel of what that's going to create for you and your team. So yeah, I think it's a massive learning and making sure that we have the right expectations as innovators, and because the market is changing so frequently that we really have to, Jack Selby used this word, he'll coin it, intestinal fortitude, right? Is like what ends up happening when you're a first-time founder. You're in the trenches. It's going to be difficult. That might not be that one time that you're going to have the exit, but when you're learning and really building that fortitude and that resilience within yourself, that's what matters. That's what's going to get you to a place where you're creating that value creation, where you've really found the product market fit in a way that's going to scale for the right reason. So I just encourage a lot of the internal validation of who you are as a person with your trusted advisory network, trusting yourself, and then just having a lens on what's happening externally enough to help you inform your decisions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Erica, considering your experience on the continent, especially in the investment and entrepreneurial space, what are the top 3 current trends investment-wise on the African continent?
Wow. The last time I looked, because I was working at one point in business advisory, I would say probably the most attractive for investors, fintech, agritech, and I even might say healthcare innovation.
Awesome. And
on the continent, yeah.
Which would you say you have found great success in growth rates as opposed to stagnancy?
I would say, the upside potential of technological innovations is the greatest. So I would say fintech, that's probably been the most attractive to investors. However, I would also say it's not necessarily, technological innovation is not necessarily the greatest area of need. But the upside potential of anything that is technologically oriented, that's what's going to attract investors up front.
Thank you for that. I just want to point out to my students, investment interest does not always equal need. So market need. Keep that in mind when you're creating your, yes, and we'll get into questions in a minute. Keep that in mind, yes. Fintech? Oh, fintech is financial tech. Agri-tech is agricultural tech.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I
No,
should have
we're
emphasized that.
speaking, yeah,
Yeah.
no worries. Yes, I'm trying to think. There's like edu-tech, educational tech, climate tech. Yeah. But yes, great question, Connor. Thank you for that. And then, John and Tammy, I want to ask you both, how did your experience at Luminosity shape or influence your entrepreneurial journey?
You want me to start on that? So Luminosity is what I would call the proving ground for the work that I've done in pretty much every field of my career so far. I mean, I was kind of just explaining earlier that it's a place where you can go learn how to build systems, and you can do so in a safe environment where it's okay to make mistakes. Just as an example, a story I tell all the time is when I first started working on the Guardian drone project, I was tasked with characterizing this LED, this flashlight LED for the drone. And for some reason, I'm like, I'm going to go hook this up to a power supply and put it on current limit and see how much voltage it needs to drive it at a certain current. Well, I put the voltage up to something like 20 volts, which is ridiculous, and the LED went blink. But I was like mortified. I was like, I am like going to get maybe not kicked out, but reprimanded heavily. And I'm like, I just killed a $110 LED. This is going to be a disaster. No, it was a learning opportunity, and the lab was so supportive, and it was an environment where I could make mistakes and learn from my mistakes. And I took this through my whole career to be able to use what I learned in the lab and use the lab as a place to develop my technological skills in a place where I can go forth and conquer and figure out how to make these things work, even if I don't necessarily know exactly how to solve problems. And I carry that forward to my current day projects right now. If I don't know how to solve a problem, I'll do my research, I'll do what I can, but I'll try to do my absolute best to just get out and do it, because like I learned in Luminosity, sometimes you just got to try what you know, try to apply what you know to get those real world results. So I think at the end of the day, what I've learned here at Luminosity and what Luminosity has done for me is given me an immensely technical space to be able to experiment, grow, and ultimately define those characteristics of technical and even interpersonal skills that I need to be able to be a successful entrepreneur. And that has carried through to every venture I've ever done, which is incredible.
I think Luminosity is truly a very special place. It was the first environment that I felt was right. Even the notion of a moonshot project is not normal. You know, like, who is going to sponsor projects that is probably going to fail? Not a lot of people, because it costs a lot of money and there's a lot of time that goes into it, and it doesn't really produce any financial success. And Luminosity is, because it's, you know, under ASU, a learning establishment, that's essentially it. It's the first time that I was taught that success was not the goal, learning was the goal. So that carries throughout the rest of your life forever, because, you know, the second you leave ASU here, you're still going to be students. You're going to learn every single day of your life that what happens here is not really what happens in the real world. So Luminosity has been very impactful in that. And I mean, even just, I mean, I'm sitting next to John. He was my old Luminosity coworker, and now he's my co-founder at a startup. So this is a very, very special place to be, and Luminosity has impacted my life forever, honestly. It's how I carry myself forward.
And just one last thing, like, I guess I didn't even play up the value of the networking, right? Like, for me, meeting someone like Tammy to build a company with was the greatest opportunity ever. But also, like, everyone I've met at Luminosity has been an invaluable contact for me to work with going forward. I mean, some of the career opportunities that I've had in consulting, in other startups and projects, have been the direct result of meeting people through the lab, and having the networking opportunities, having those interpersonal connections has been like just an absolute win for me as a successful business entrepreneur and you know, individual consultant as well.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And I hope you all took a lot from that. My last question to each and every one of you, and this is an opportunity to promote your work. What's next for all of you? What's next for your businesses? What ideas do you have? What are you working on right now? And I'll start with you, Daniela.
All right, so long story short, I just moved back to Phoenix my second time about 2 years ago. I lived in the North Bay area and then Miami for 2 years. So I came back here and started Freeway last year, which is really intended to have more of the digital infrastructure. So heard a lot of feedback in the community of like, I don't know where to find events. I don't know where to find startup jobs or investors. So we have the dashboard. We launched that last year. We're taking a bigger swing this year. We are going to be holding our first global startup festival and expo in November. So we're working on a jumbo event happening in Phoenix, November 6th and 7th. Thank you. This is, Freeway has always been a community-led effort from day one. So please reach out if you have ideas, want to participate in any way. This could be our South by Southwest moment, guys. So really excited for what's to come.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, so I guess we're thinking big and talking aspirational as far as what's next. Again, I'm excited to represent Ashesi University, which is in Ghana, and I always represent, or I always talk about Ashesi University, that we're more than just a university. We don't focus only on Ghana, but we have right now almost 30% of our student body is from all over sub-Saharan Africa. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on is kind of being ecosystem warriors. So we really focus a lot on partnerships, and we focus on partnerships to build on the strengths of our partners and to address our potential weaknesses and vice versa. So one of the really big partnerships that we're looking at is right here at Arizona State University with the Luminosity Lab. So we are very hopeful to kind of expand the brain trust that's in this room and in the lab through a partnership with Ashesi University, and hopefully to scale that. We talk about scaling, to scale that in all through the region of Africa. So yeah, that's my aspirational goal, is to learn from you all and to build on that partnership between Ashesi University and Arizona State University. So I'm looking forward to that.
I guess next for Nixglow, we are debating between either outsourcing or manufacturing or just becoming the manufacturer. We just finished our second pre-order, which sold out in 10 minutes, which is super awesome. Thank you. It's awesome, but what that tells us is that we could sell a lot more. So the big push for us is to iterate our next design to where it's more manufacturable, to where it's easier to install, and yeah, just keep innovating, I guess.
One of the coolest things about Nixglow is we didn't just build this company to build motorcycle wheel lights. We built this to produce all kinds of vehicle safety and just general, I would call it adventure sport accessory products. And I think this is really going into a bigger picture for what I want to do as a founder of both Nixglow and my other venture, Hoolist, which is to help everybody maximize their performance and capability and be able to be their best self. And I think that technologies like these, making it safer, making it easier and more effective to be your best self, especially in a high-performance adventure sort of context, is an area that I really want to commit myself to going forward. So Nixglow is really one branch of the overall LLC that Tammy and I founded called Trantronics LLC. And what I see for the future of that is something that could be almost like another Luminosity, a research and development laboratory for building the next generation of human performance, overall adventure sport enhancement, and of course safety-oriented products that bring everybody joy, excitement, and a better quality of life moving through their time, on this world.
Yeah, so if you like Luminosity, hit us up in a couple of years.
Exactly.
We'll be hiring.
We'll be hiring.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Can I give it a round of applause? So now we're going to transition to audience questions. So this is your opportunity to ask any and all questions from our panelists here. I'm going to come down and hand over the microphone to whoever's asking. But do we have any questions that anyone wants to ask? Oh, perfect. Okay.
Hi. So part of my question is to ask each one of you about balance that exists between your willingness to take risks and also kind of planting your feet on an idea. So something that you had talked about, Erica, was kind of being committed to the problem as opposed to the solution that you proposed. So what does it look like to make a decision on whether you dig your feet in and stay with an idea versus the point at which you decide to abandon and kind of make a pivot, which is something a panel talked about earlier?
That's a really good question. When to abandon an idea. I'm a big advocate for seeking feedback. I'm a big advocate for going out and talking to potential customers. And as you're tweaking your prototype, see how much traction you're gaining. Is there not only is it a viable product, but I always look at, for your customer, understanding the market potential. Do your homework, do your research. What's the bigger picture? What's the market size? And if you can understand that, what's your plan for, and the market potential, if you understand the market potential, you really understand whether or not you have a product that will gain traction, potentially gain traction. So I think it comes into doing some of that homework and that research and just being able to adapt consistently. And your business model, your product should be adaptable. And then, when you're messaging out, about the benefits of your product or your service, look at empathy. Try and put yourself in the customer's point of view, understand their pain points. Is this something you would use? Who would use this? Start identifying some of those key points. And that should be able to tell you between that, be customer focused in your messaging. Keep it very simple. Keep it very clear. A lot of entrepreneurs are so excited and amped up about their product that they're talking about the technical features all the time. They're talking about this product is incredible. What is that going to do to address my pain points? To address a need that I actually need? And how many other people are like me if I'm going to use this? So these are the things I think should guide your decision making as to whether or not I'm going to keep on this path and pivot and strengthen your product or your solution based on feedback. Or, the market size is too small. There's not enough demand. I'm not gaining traction. That's when you decide to abandon it. But make sure you dig in and do that homework. Hopefully that's helpful.
Just to piggyback off of that a little bit, I think, feedback, as you mentioned, is probably the greatest thing that you can utilize as a tool. Essentially, all a startup is a series of experiments. If you're a startup, you're probably embarking on something that has never been done before, and you're creating something new. So you're going to be met with this resistance pretty much every single day of your life. So the only thing that you can do is ask a question, pose a hypothesis, and then embark on figuring that out. So, whether that's feedback directly from the customers or just doing beta tests or, even coming up with a concept and getting some feedback from your friends and family. Everything is just a series of finding out answers for questions. And that's the greatest thing that you can embark on.
Hi. So my question is, I care a lot about ownership of what I make, and how do I balance that with also gaining investment? So I know it's as far as I know, a lot of the time you have to trade equity and ownership for a capital investment. Are there some ways to try and retain some of that ownership and some of that equity, and not having to get rid of all of that?
Yeah, great question. Try to get as much non-dilutive funding as possible or customer revenue. Those are going to be your two best paths. I know one founder in particular in town who was able to get 1.5 million in grants. That's the only contribution she's had. And she's now running a business that's getting 5 million in annual revenue per year. So you can there's so many opportunities out there. It just requires, a lot of research and scoping and kind of developing the business plans to try to unlock those dollars. But that's always going to be a better opportunity for you. Now, if you find a strategic investor who you are willing to go the long game with and that you pretty much treat like family, because that's what they're going to be, then maybe there's an exchange of equity there. But I would encourage you to do as much due diligence on them as an individual as they are to you. So, talk to their portfolio companies, talk to their founders, see how, what the relationship has been. Has it really been smart capital, or has it just been, money alone and that's it? So, yeah, it's a really good, I think, personal decision that you have to make as a founder of what you're willing to let go of. And as you raise more and more, right, more institutional capital, you will continue to get diluted. So if you're going for that, $1 billion exit, and towards the end, you're double digit, 15, 20%, interesting. But there's a lot of ups and downs to get to that level. So definitely the non-dilutive and having customer revenue are going to be your best points to keep that ownership.
We have quite a few students who are launching very interesting ventures across all sectors. And it's a very interesting time, right, for investment, for fundraising. What is one piece of advice you would give to them as they should take away from this panel and from this experience while they're in college? And I think it's for everyone.
I'll just say trust yourself and your abilities. Persevere. Will with certainty be the hardest thing that you do, but persevere and stick with it, and continue to have the conviction of why you set on the journey in the first place.
Sure. I think as a college student, you're in this very weird transitional time of your life, and you're essentially never going to know 100% what you want to do or where you align, but like a startup, it's a series of experiments. Experiment with what you want to do and what you don't want to do. You're going to find a lot of answers about what you're not going to want to do, a lot, and that's extremely valuable. So, I was corporate finance for a year, and then I quit that job and, pursued on just random, adventurous, maximizing life ambitions, and then it finally landed me into building a hardware startup, and that's where I find a lot of fulfillment. So it took a lot of time and experimenting to get there. So don't be too hard on yourself. Life is literally a series of experiments.
To add on to that, I would say if you see a problem and you want to solve it and you don't see any solutions out there at the moment, go forth and solve it. Even if you think that you're not able to go out and solve the problem, you underestimate yourself, because even an initial idea, if you can bring it to MVP state, it may reveal even more solutions that you haven't even thought of to that problem, and you may well get a company going out of thin air, essentially, that you can then move to the next stage and actually flesh out. So I say, don't be afraid to go out and try to solve the problems you see. If you think you have a plausible solution, execute on it and go and make it happen. And the worst that can happen is maybe it doesn't succeed. But on the chance that it does succeed, you'll make a real impact. So you got to give it a go.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think that's great advice. Just what John's saying, I think, just start. You're never absolutely ready, so even if you're 50% there, don't get, it was analysis paralysis was mentioned earlier. Don't get caught up in making it perfect. Just start. And you're probably more capable than you think. The other thing I would say is as a business, owner is, think big, but start small. I would focus on a niche. I would focus, again, I go back to pain points of customers. I wouldn't try to, to appeal to a broad market and say, we can do this and we can do that. No, just focus on a really small niche and just, go forth and conquer in that really small, serving that small customer segment. And then from there, strategically grow bit by bit. take strategic moves to kind of start addressing another segment and another area of need. But start really small and just experiment, because it is, like was mentioned, it's a series of just experimentation. But that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We have so appreciated your time and invaluable feedback and advice. So can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. So we're going to take a group picture while you guys are still on stage. And then we have about 15 minutes before another group comes in for our 2-hour break. In the meantime, you guys have people here who have backgrounds in these areas. I would stand at your projects, be ready to pitch. You've been practicing. This is a great time to get feedback. And then also to learn how to speak the language of people that are not in your space, right? So you guys go stand by your projects. In the meantime, we're going to get a group photo, and then we have to be out of here by 3:30 for another group to come in for a little bit, okay? Awesome. And then Illuminate is right after at 5 o'clock, so be here for that, please. Thank you, everyone. And you can hang around on the concourse. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. Oh, good. All good.
Thank you. As if I'm not loud enough without it. So just during the break, they are enforcing the clear bag policy. So see me if you need to store personal stuff so that you can, because if you leave and need to come back and you're carrying anything with you, you won't be able to bring it. So that would not be good.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Stacy. Picture of us. Okay, and then everyone else. Oh, okay, you're good. All right, you guys can go showcase and take a break. Come back for Illuminate, 5 o'clock here. Thank you, guys.